Welcome back to Advantage in Paradise, folks. Where they don't often have advantage, actually. That's not true. They're very good at the game. All right.
I've only died one time.
And it wasn't fully.
And it was off stream.
Actually.
Alrighty, let's jump into our recap. Last we met, the Wayward Five were completing their work in the Underdark. With Zirfneblin's support, our heroes stocked up on supplies and prepared to go to Vermelsia, to their old villa estate, to secure Prince Robert's support against the Pallid King. The night before their departure, Wiswick snuck away to meet his dear sister, Fizri. After doubting his journey to the surface, Fizri assured Wiswick that he's been on the right path during this adventure. Then I led him home to warn his people of this great danger out in the surface world. With that, she promised to join the Wayward Five in the fight to protect the world. Elsewhere in the night, a less amicable sibling reunion occurred, as Scarlet spoke with Thatcher one last time. She offered everything she could to persuade her corrupted brother to join the party against the Pallid King. But truthfully, he was hesitant to do anything in union with the likes of Curon. He said to find him if they both survive the fight, then they can be a family again. At the end of the vision, he showed her the army heading to Therismore, Sivia. The next day, the party gathered to decide their fate. Before leaving for Endurus, Wiswick decided to use a wish spell to create a remedy for the pallid rot of the enemy. With the help of Sarathil, Curon, and Ilyovania, a new spell was created, Wiswick's protection from pallid rot. It can be used to create netherrock fruit, an amber-colored berry that glows with protecting light, keeps the consumer healthy from the sickness of the Pallid King for 24 hours. Then Sarathil teleported the party to Vermelsia to begin the next leg of their journey. Here he researched more on Athromenos, while Timber and Curon went to find Prince Robert. It didn't take too much convincing to remind the prince of his duty to protect family and the people. He agreed to join the Wayward Five in Caerdolan to confront his brother and end the war in time to protect the people. The party did just this, teleporting immediately to Kalra's estate outside of the Quintarchy capital. But they were not alone here. They quickly accosted and captured Edmund Hollingsworth, an old ally of the late General Kinsley, and once torturer of Scarlet. He seemed to be researching means to resurrect his old master. The party brought him to Caerdolan to turn him in at the Curasri Academy for his crimes. Before they did that, they needed to make their way into Caerdolan by using the Brooch of Seeming to sneak into the capital as Kingsguard, or Royal Guards, in order to get Robert face to face with his brother. With impassioned pleas from the party and Robert himself, King Henry agreed to a ceasefire, turn the Quintarchy's attentions to the threat north at Therismore. His advisors begged against this, but were quickly quieted by the wrathful words of Curon. No coward would stop the union of the people of Gwenville against this threat. And the Wayward Five had begun to set the stage. They were only days away from the final fight. What will they do with that time now that it is the 28th afternoon of Village, the Wild Shadow, and a Tearstalk? So, what do you all want to do? You are in Vermelsia. You've secured the aid of basically the Quintarchy. At the very least, the full power of Endurus in the Gwyn Empire, and in what King Henry can marshal of the forces he has left. The south. But you have 3 days left. Or 3 full days left. As it is midday that the Pallid King will be coming on the 31st. The rest of today, the 29th, the 30th. Yes, it is 3 days.
It's hard, right?
It is hard. This is
That
what
ti-
caught you up
Yeah,
that time. That
I
one
know!
time. Because the day's not done, but I'm counting part
Yeah,
of it.
exactly.
Yeah. All right, I feel that. Okay, commiseration.
Are we in Vermostia or are we still in Caerdolan?
Sorry, you're in Caerdolan. That was
Yeah,
my bad.
That's what
Yeah.
I thought so.
You
I
are
didn't
still.
think we
You did
bamfed
not go
yet.
back. You did not bamf back.
Okay.
But we did, I don't know if I messaged Calra yet.
I think
You did. You did.
Okay. In which case, do we get any fancy extra bonus for allying with Caerdolan? Or is that only for the gnomes and the Oxlinians?
I would say if the war ended between the two nations, with the Quintarchy in general, I would say, yes, there would be some benefit to this beyond just the soldierly support in the north. Basically, I think for these supports, you are getting the benefit of the support of the royal family of both courts. So as opposed to a blanket 50% off gems and blanket reagents, it's you can basically make one request of the royal family for something. And if it's within their means and it's something that they can do, they will do it, or they will get as close as they can to doing it. So you have the wealth of the Duke of Honduras' Presidium and the wealth of the House of Aemon to request something that you desire. That's one each. And that's for each of you, not just one for the party.
Mm. And the Calra thing that doesn't count.
No. Well, the
Sweet.
Calra is not part of this. Well, she will be after this, but she's an exile from Oxlin right now.
Can I go stop by Senric's shop, see if he's there? I doubt it, but
Yeah,
take a stroll.
it's empty and boarded up, and it's been
Cool.
abandoned for months.
Cool.
Because he's with Calra, where you sent him to be safe.
Anything, Sean? Anything?
Sure.
I want a new candle. A proper candle.
You upset Shannon.
Who upset
you've
Shannon?
done.
Me for her friend being somewhere she told him to go and it's not here?
No, I'm saying Alex.
I'm
Oh,
joking.
no, I didn't. Sean
Oh, I
upset Shannon
thought you were
because
saying I
he
did.
didn't immediately give me the candle, right? Right? Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, you all in your gate spells. Sure.
Oh, okay. So I got another candle.
You have one
Proper candle?
that's proper.
Prop
Okay.
candle.
Sweet.
The other candle, as you recall, is a candle of many things.
Oh, it's gonna be lit one day.
So
Yeah,
don't mix
thanks
those two
to
up.
Clayton.
Gonna be lit.
Lit.
Shoot,
Today
I'm
is now a national holiday, and it's called Wiswick Day.
He's
And everyone in
town
Oxford
declaring
must-
it.
Go outside and dance for at least an hour on Wiswick Day. By order of the law of the king.
Which king?
All of them.
All
you
the
go.
kings.
The 28th of Village Gloam is now Wiswick Day.
Good God.
I'm not writing that in mine.
No, I'm not either.
Don't. Because the kings are also probably like, well, he might die in this fight, so we don't have to honor this. So, sure, Wiswick Day.
All right. So we are still, I imagine, at the palace. We haven't properly left yet. Maybe we've been escorted out. Kieran turns to the party and goes, "Well, that went, honestly, a little better than I thought. We've ended the war. I'm sure Cal will be elated to hear that. I hope he's doing well. But now, on to our next move. I think it's prudent we send help to the Wood Elves of Taramrhan. Valen said that there was some threat filling the the outskirts of their communes. There's some kind of connection with the Pallid King. What? I'm not certain.
You're going in and out again, Steph.
How's
We
this?
heard
I'm a little louder, but hopefully it'll pick up more.
Kieran's quiet, so that should help.
Jeez, what a bum. Alright, to reiterate, Taramrhan needs help. We can go ourselves, ensure the task is complete. But I also know we need to rally our allies at Therismore, ensure that we are properly prepared for the coming fight. So, who better than Oxlin? They have some outposts along the forest, I imagine, right? We saw some of them. A few were abandoned, but some might be able to rally and send some reinforcements to the Wood Elves. Or potentially the mages here, the battle mages, could go. I'm not sure what everyone's thoughts on this is. Are there more pressing matters we have back at Therismore, or can we stand to go ourselves?
I think we could stand to go ourselves. I think we could send people to. I mean, looking around, I don't believe any of us are tacticians or strategists by any means. Battle preparations, I believe, should be in the hands of those who, have been in the war between. So maybe get Robert or Governor Clay over there earlier than later.
What would we do at Therismore other than just wait?
Well, I know Wiswick has some magics that might help to shore up our defenses. Therismore was once a fortress, thousands of years ago. We didn't quite get a good look at it, but its walls are crumbling. It's not exactly impenetrable, though I didn't expect to attempt to hold the city, simply use it as a base while we fought against the Pallid King in the surrounding region.
Now,
Honestly,
do we know the entrance in which the Pallid King is going to enter our realm? If we do, still
Big crack in the sky.
right.
No, she's
I- But this is like above the city. Should we still use the gate spell that you referenced earlier? I don't know anything about magic. Don't worry. I don't know what this candle does.
Just really wants to use it.
So
Honestly,
bad,
I
eh?
think you have a addiction to magic items.
I just find them fascinating. They just remind me a lot of my dead wife. Okay.
Oh,
God.
I'm so sorry. I forgot about that. Oh, I apologize.
Beautiful.
Right in the
All
heart.
part of the grieving process. Very good, Kaze. I'm proud of you.
Twist that
Damn.
knife. Yeah, that got real heavy.
Going back on what Scarlett said, I don't think there is much we can do if we went to Therismore.
At least non-magic folk, I'd feel more useful if we went and helped in Taramrhan.
All right, then. Kieran is going to cast a sending to Valen. already cast Ascending today? Yeah, Ascending to Valen. So like update him and go, hey Valen, we stopped the war, so that's great. We would like to offer our services in assisting you against whatever the threat that plagues Therismore or Taramrhan, wherever the fuck you are. We don't have a teleportation circle to get there. Do you have any means of transportation? Maybe Elspeth could do that tree walking thing and come towards us, though I don't know if she's familiar with the lands around Cairdolan, where we currently are.
Doing great, Kieran.
Thank you. This is all internal, so none of you can hear me stumbling.
Valen
Still
does.
encouraging it.
I appreciate it.
I have gaze of two minds, and I'm giving you a back rub.
Stop! Get out of my head! Ugh. You know I get nervous when people listen into my sendings.
We are one,
It's a
Kira.
private, intimate moment. Anyways, thanks. Let me know what's up. Okay, bye.
You sound stressed. You sound like you're going through a lot.
Oh, you think I'm stressed?
Elspeth may be able to come and get you. Don't know if she's been to Cairdolan. I know she's traveled somewhat through the human territories. Let me speak with her and I can send you a message with a place for us to rendezvous.
Fantastic. I look forward to it, friend.
Sean, 100,000 episodes ago, I gave Taramrhan a book of the Pallid King. Can I use that as a teleportation source? Because I read it. I mean, I know everything about it. It's a familiar object.
That he has.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you do have an item from... He did give you the... he gave you a recording device from the Home for the Wayward Fae. The little, like, enchanted runestone to record your thoughts in.
Ooh.
So you could
Yeah,
teleport
that
directly
was-
there with that.
I could do that.
If you're looking for a familiar object that's from directly the heart of where this all is happening.
I mean, it's very scary, but I would share that information with Kiran. You know, I'd pull this rock out of my pocket and be like, hey, I found this in Smoothhold. It was with my old stuff. Maybe we could use this to get there?
The rock just immediately starts playing some of Wiswick's deepest, darkest thoughts that he spoke into it.
It says, Cocoa Krispies are definitely better than Cocoa Puffs. Like 100%. Anybody who says otherwise is just wrong.
I grew up on Cocoa Puffs.
How could you? That you tucked me in the personal level. That was also my wife's favorite.
God, this session started off very silly.
Sarathil, didn't you do something last time where you were able to do something with the diadem?
I was able to communicate with somebody that I remember or know, and see into their mind and their thoughts. As to location, I could teleport us there, but I don't think I know of the ones that I've never met them.
That's fair. You wouldn't know who Valen
Oh.
was.
So, Wiswick, can you get us to the home of the Wayward Fae?
Yeah, I mean, I have a pretty good chance, sure.
All right, then. Let's... I don't see any reason not to go. That'll make things easier on Elspeth and at least get us into Taramrhan proper. Might be a little quicker to get around. She can give us some shortcuts.
Now, are we sure it's gonna be safe if I teleport us there? Like, I mean, I know I could get us there, but I mean, aren't they in trouble? Like, do you know if it's gonna be like, if there are gonna be enemies there, or if we're gonna see them there? I feel like we should get in touch with them first, just to
Well,
make sure everything's okay.
I just cast sending to Valen. He said he'll get a message to me back once he's spoken with Elspeth. I mean, I can't imagine it would be dangerous. It's home for the wayward Fae.
So why don't we wait for this message, and then we can decide.
Okay. While we wait,
More
believe
secrets.
that Heinrich mentioned Kinsley's manor had been ransacked by what's his name? Thatcher, but in disguise.
Oh.
Bancroft.
Bancroft.
Minecraft.
No.
Wrong, Croft.
Wrong, Mr. Holmes.
While we wait, we can go check it out, see if there's any hints to what Thatcher might be up to. Nothing else, maybe loot the place for some more magic items.
Well, I
Think-
can tell you what he's up to. I spoke
Oh.
with him last night.
You what?
Oh. What?
You all knew that. I don't know why you're shocked.
Well, you didn't say that he was up to anything. I just kind of assumed that he was doing that thing he usually does.
He's got an army of his own, and he's on his way.
Whoa.
I'm sorry.
That's
An
good,
army.
isn't it?
Why didn't you say something sooner, Scarlet?
You didn't ask.
Oh,
How were we
and
supposed to ask that?
No, why would we know that?
Just teasing.
We're preparing for
Wha-
the largest fight that this material plane has ever seen, and we should probably know all the parties involved.
He's on his way with an army. We have more
I'm sorry.
support.
An army of
You
what?
know
Of who?
he's fighting against the Pallid King and not for it.
Honestly, I'm choosing to believe he's fighting against him. That's what it looked like. Sean, did I see what this army was made, or who this army was made up of, or did I just see tents?
You know, you would have seen that it was made up of humans, probably Sivians and Svaroldians. You know, the places that he has the most influence.
It looked like it was an army made that consisted of his followers, people he has influence over, so Sverold and Sivia.
So, people like the Highland Syndicate, thugs, ruffians.
Potentially. I don't understand why you are so irritated by this. It's more people coming
Scarlet.
to fight.
We don't know they're coming to fight on our side. We have absolutely no evidence of that. They were speaking of cults all throughout the land. Do you know who these cults may be worshipped? The Pallid King?
Sure, I don't, honestly, I kind of agree with Scarlet. I mean, I don't think, you know, I don't think Thatcher has any reason to, like, want to see this world destroyed the way the Pallid King does.
Yeah,
Like-
but you don't understand. We didn't think that Ayla was under the influence of the Pallid King either, but he's manipulative. He controls the strings. We don't know whose anybody's allegiances to.
Yeah, but let's think about Thatcher's, you know, past. He surrounds himself with thugs, and he tries to get political power because he wants to maintain, you know, his own sense of strength. But I imagine most of the people under him are mercenaries, you know? They work for money. If anything, the worst they're gonna do is ransack the place and take some elvish
No.
jewels or whatever.
No,
No.
the worst they're going to do is fight under the Pallid King's banner against us. And potentially
I don't
turn
think
the
they have any
tides.
reason to do that.
Well,
Why not? Why
so
would you not?
If we know the Pallid King at all, it's to charm the shit out of whoever he's got an influence under. So if Thatcher, for example, achieved this power, he probably has all these people charmed.
He
some
wasn't
degree.
wearing the mask. He didn't have a spiral on his forehead, if that helps at all.
That's a good point.
Again, neither did Queen Ayla.
But she was a dick. She needed to die anyway.
Well, remember, Ayla, for all her faults, still protected my country for eons.
Yes, I'm not trying to disparage your queen.
No,
I'm
that was
saying...
more towards Kaze and his rude remarks.
Do you know what he did do, actually? Do you know why I was able to cut the parasite from my neck? It's because he's subdued the Cirrus. Pretty nearly completely. And I haven't felt her presence since that happened. He
And
showed me.
why do you think he did that?
He did it for me. I still think, while the sibling that I knew is gone, I still think he cares for me.
I do not doubt that he loves you very strongly, Scarlet. What I doubt is his full intentions, should the two of you be reunited. His one goal is to corrupt you.
He
His
doesn't
one
know.
goal has always been to corrupt the world. All he's ever done is malignant, evil things. Yes, he killed the Cirrus, but to what end? Why would he kill her?
She's not dead. But you didn't see him, Kieran. He doesn't know what he wants. He's lost. He's confused, which admittedly makes him probably more dangerous. He doesn't like you very much, I will say that. Probably just as much as you don't like him. Maybe more.
I could care less what he thinks of it. What I do care about is his intent. And I question his intent leading an army of cultists to Erismore. I would
Don't
rather
know
he
that they're
stay away.
cultists.
You're right, but we don't know anything about them. We know nothing. All we do know is that Thatcher has proven himself a wild card and has used the powers of the Pallid King. Whether he is subservient is unknown. He has used the powers of the Pallid King and leads an army. And that is enough for me not to trust that force.
So, should we go to Kinsley's manor or estate and see if there's any more?
As we wait for Elspeth's message or Valen's, think a little
Maybe
more
we can
reconnaissance.
find some proof that it's not cultists, and he's actually...
Let's not lead our investigation. Let's look for evidence of what's going on. That's all.
I'm with Kieran.
Thanks. What are you eating, by the way?
Don't talk with
Smells
your mouth full.
delicious.
Yeah, the king's servants have been bringing you all finger foods as you've been arguing.
I
in the
imagine we're like
hallways.
outside, yeah, just like chilling. Kieran's like sitting on like a the feet of a statue or something, just kicking his legs.
Yeah.
Forgive me, not needing to eat has left me not tasting in quite a while, but this roasted duck is quite delicious.
You know what it was? It was that one beat of your heart that Ilyuvanya created that has suddenly created a voracious hunger. Okay. I would say it is sometime when you do depart the castle that Wiswick, you would get a message in your head from Kalra saying, they really tore my home up into pieces. I thought I'd find you here, but looks like you've moved on. Well, if you are in Caerdolan still and you wish to come see me, I will be at my workshop recovering what I can. I am assuming that you have been successful in whatever you were going to do here. And it is safer now.
Yes. And I have definitely put in a good word for you, so things are going pretty well. We're actually planning on leaving soon. A lot to do before, the final battle. Do you have anything that could possibly help us?
I may. It depends on what you're looking for. I have mastered some interesting technology based on the Mechano Wizards lab that I've been ransacking and repurposing. The orc has been invaluable in turning the forges old on and working with the metals, the special metals we have found. So perhaps I do have some things that might be of use to you.
Alright, that sounds great. If, maybe I can get you in touch with the king, and we could work out some sort of, funding thing for the future, but for now, whatever you have, we don't have time to really, for me to look over your research, more intently, but whatever you think might be of use, you should bring with us to the battlefield. I mean, I can definitely get some guys over there to possibly help you if necessary. Maybe I could teleport all of us, or we'll come and visit before we take off.
I will be here, and I'll be working on other things and cleaning this place up. Or perhaps the new, my new golden servants will be cleaning it up. The orc is here too, if the friend wants to talk to him. But,
Sure, the blacksmith, I remember.
Yes, the one that we went to the party at his house. It was very nice. I hope that she still has has not finished off the wine that I gave her for her birthday.
I'm sure it's gone by now. We're kind of frivolous with that sort of stuff. But, it was really good, I remember. Not as good as my present, but not bad.
Well, I will be here, and thank the gods that I have cracked this new spell. I call it Sending Plus.
You should really patent that. I think it's a great name.
Well, I will see you later, hopefully.
Yep. So yeah, as I'm getting this message, I pull on Kiran's leg and say, I think we should quickly make a stop at Kalra's place. She said she has some technology that might be useful in our upcoming conflict.
Oh, fantastic. We'll just take a quick look around Kinsley's manor then and head over.
Yeah, because her estate's outside of the city, so you'll want to stop there first if you're going to stop there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when you approach Kinsley's estate, the last time you were here was the last time you were in Caerdolan, when you fled the city upon the attempt at killing Cal and you all for treason. Similar to it's actually interesting, Scarlet, similar to how you saw Senric's old house and workshop all boarded up and destitute. It's the same with Kinsley's estate. It's, despite the gap in wealth, they're both abandoned homes now. And it doesn't seem like Thatcher and the Syndicate were too gentle with the place as you approach. The door, there's no door. The door has completely been broken off to the point where snow has kind of flown into the front vestibule, that great hall that you at one time spent a lot of time, and also where you killed your boyfriend. And
Thanks.
there's just a lot of casual mentions of trauma tonight. But when you guys all step in, it's just very eerie and quiet, almost like the night that you did kill Caleb, when the Crimson Court assassins came.
And that wasn't the last time I was there. Last time I was there, I was walking out.
Well, yeah, you've been there before everyone else. That's true.
Yeah. But still.
But paintings have been cut up, or paint has been splattered on them. The chandelier has fallen to the ground and shattered. And that was once in this place. The doors kind of hang off their hinges. Lightning. As you can take a look around if you'd like.
Walking in, Kieran, I like to imagine, stops by the spot where we had Caleb held by magical means, then looks over to Scarlet and just kind of shakes his head and goes, all right, the two spots we should probably check first are the basement. Kaze, I believe you spent some time down there, right?
Right, I was just about to say what you're about to say.
Oh, I'm sorry. You do. This is your.
No. You got it. You got it.
No. Oh,
You're doing such a good job.
Oh, stop you. There's a basement and then Kinsley's quarters. I think those are the two places. Let's only spend about half an hour here before heading out.
Not familiar with the house here. Is there anything in particular I should be looking for?
Just
it could be
follow
best if
one of
I
us.
just watch outside if there's any trouble.
Well, your high intelligence might come in handy when we're investigating the places. So.
That's true. I'll go with Timber.
I'll go to the basement as well.
All right, I'll check out the quarters. Maybe we could find like a secret hideout or something cool.
That'd be very cool, yeah. I'll go with Wiswick. Everything okay, DM?
Just started to absolutely pour.
Oh, yeah,
did you hear thunder?
Yeah.
we had
lightning.
I thought something slammed before. I was like, the hell?
Yeah. I thought it was like, oh shit, my neighbor's doing something. It's a good storm. It's a good storm.
Good storm.
Drop in humidity.
Oh boy. All right. So I would like investigation checks from whoever is taking a look around. You can also do advantage situations if you want.
I would like to lead the expedition.
I will give advantage to.
Right in, you've got advantage,
I have
not
a
that
plus
you
two
need
now.
it.
Okay.
Paired.
Yeah, 27 will do it, I think.
Mhm. Wait, Kieran gives you a little guidance.
All right.
So add that D4, baby.
Let's go, baby. 30.
Scarlet.
24.
Yeah. Sarathil's too intelligent.
I also got a
Intelligent.
30 with the guidance.
Okay, and who's where?
Show-offs.
Sarathil, you're in the office?
No, I'm in the basement. I went with Timber.
Okay.
Team basement is me, Sarah.
Yeah, team basement. Yeah.
Okay, and then it's the other two in the office.
Team, not basement.
Team Dungeons.
Team
Team office.
We're Team Dungeons, they're Team Dragons.
Boo.
Good one.
Okay. So in the
Ooh,
office,
I
we'll
heard
do
that
that
thunder.
first. Yeah, it's freaking awesome.
Right?
I
I
wish
don't
it was
even
stormy
need
here.
Syrinscape.
Yeah, right? The real thing.
Okay.
Wait,
so-
is that rain coming from outside, or is that? Are you doing
I'm
that?
outside. That is not from
That's
the-
awesome. Hell yeah!
Yeah.
You can hear it through the battle cam.
I want to open the window a little bit more to get more of it. Oh,
Don't get your equipment wet, Sean. Not all the minis. Think of the minis.
Think of the mini.
did you hear that lightning
I
crack?
did.
there,
Yeah, that
thunder?
sounded so good.
I should record this.
Zeus is about to fucking DMCA your ass.
Oh, I know, right? Oh, actually, I'm gonna close that. The rain's coming in.
Told ya.
The minis. The minis. The 3D printer better not be anywhere near the window.
Huh?
Please, it's not even set up. It's fine.
What's not
So
set
the
up?
the 3D printer better not be anywhere near that window.
Are you kidding me? That thing was never gonna be anywhere on this side of the room. Okay, so in the office, you would find it just like the rest of the spaces here, where it's been kind of trashed, but mainly because you remember Kinsley's office has like a receiving area, and then it has these 2 terraces where there's studies, and then his personal study. So you find it's mainly in the external parts that has been trashed, whereas Kinsley's study itself is fairly intact, as Thatcher must have used it as his own kind of workspace and living quarters. You can find that anything of value has mostly been scrapped from here. You're not going to find any hidden gold, really. Even things like potions have been, you can even see like a set area where there may have been vials in a little area where there was probably maybe like potion of supreme healings and whatnot that were probably taken.
Super soldier serums.
Super soldier serums. Well, those are in the basement. But you would be able to find at the desk, there are still scattered notes there that you need to take a closer look at to see whether or not they are Thatcher's or Kinsley's. But even just with a cursory glance, and then in addition with a 30, you can see that these are a mixture of notes, where it looks like Thatcher was ripping stuff out of Kinsley's notebooks and drawing his own shit on them and writing on them. You can particularly see some that look more concerning than others, where some just look like little notes, like you can just see shorthand for different things Thatcher was probably planning. You can see like supplies for trip to Gristrom, supplies for X, gem-infused chalk for trip to Gristrom, like shopping lists that he was giving to his servants. And then, like, there seems to almost be, like, together with that 30, you can, like, almost gather a timeline of notes where you can see things are all very straightforward in the beginning, where it's things like, little orders. We're telling people bring, courier messages, copies of courier messages. You don't have one side of the conversation, but it looks like Thatcher was keeping rather consistent dialogue with his servants in Zverwold. But you're also seeing a whole stack of reports from Sivia. It seems like he was keeping particular attention to a cult forming in Sivia. That you would see just from kind of looking through the notes was called the Cult of the Worm. The main concept behind this cult was that there was a great draconic worm that will break through the sky, and upon its back will ride the Storm Lord reincarnated. Basically Thatcher has like full royal document notes that are all about tracking this cult and knowing everything going on about this cult. He was using his position in the court to gain the most secretive of knowledge from the king's spies about this cult. Who are the leaders of it? What are their goals? What do they want? And they're primarily tied to separatist movements within Sivia and then eventually Zverwold. As you remember, when you fought the Zverwold separatists and their zealotry towards the Stormlord. So whether it was Thatcher himself or other agents of the Pallid King that spun this prophecy with them, is uncertain by these notes. Despite him collecting them here, he doesn't seem to have added his own notes to it. But it would be fair assessment, reading these notes, that this army that he is leading is likely made up of the combination of his own mercenaries and these cultists who would understand this crack in the sky to be the return of their god, their dead god. Kind of similar to what drew Curon there. Stormlord.
Yeah. Pointing to the notes, Curon is just like emphasizing with every word. He's like, see? It's just like with Serdic. Remember? The Sverwaldian that led the assault outside Driftmarch that I just looked up in my notes? He says, holding his notebook out. Cult of the Worm. And who do we know as a worm? Wiswick?
The bad guy?
Yes. Clearly, these cultists are not here to help.
Yeah, I guess cultists. The name cultists really just like puts a bad light on this whole thing. I mean, if they're so bad, then is there any way we can, is there any information here that maybe gives us an idea about where their whereabouts are? So we can see which way they're coming from, maybe prepare?
Well, there's only one way into Lycia from, what's it called?
Sivia.
Sivia, thank you. Mm-hmm. That's through the Sinvosi Peaks and then up into Theris Moor.
Is there any way we could, get some men up there and slow them down?
We can try. Let's see what they found in the basement.
Before you guys are done there, the last movements that you would find in the documents about the cult. Where? There we go. Sorry, I'm just trying to get the exact name of the location. Basically, there's notes about a gathering of these cultists, like what you could best guess is kind of like maybe this army forming. That army was forming. You can see specifically that they're saying Wood Elven scouts in service of the king. I've found movements in Jotunheim of this cult forming in larger numbers than just individual sects. And they seem to be moving northeast, which Huron you'd safely be able to surmise is the direction they would have to head to go to the gap that leads into Lycia, the same gap that you came out of and went to Jotunheim with the fur traders. It seems as though a large portion of these cultists are coming from Thirsala and Zverwold proper.
Yeah, I think Wiswick's gonna, write a quick letter to Oriel Clay, and just give him a basic idea of what we found here.
Yeah.
And then, send it off with Jet or something.
What's Thirsala?
Thirsala is the capital of Sivia.
Okay.
It is in the mountains near the edge of the Skuldlands. Not really anywhere that you would particularly know about.
Okay.
But it is kind of like it's the Theris Moor of Sivia, and you can kind of get that from the notes, is that it's the holy capital of it's the most important place to the worshippers of the Stormlord.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is troubling and all, but unless we want to like launch a surprise attack on them, it might slow us down from going to Taramrhan, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that this is useful information.
There's one last thing with a 30 that you would find, because that's basically an impossible roll. And, I'm just going to give you basically everything that I would have in here. Other than the random legendary magic item hidden in that secret drawer.
What?
Just for y'all's reference, I just put a map of Sivia and Scaldlands in their relation to Alicia.
Oh,
Cool.
Into our chat. You would find a journal of Kinsley's that has been kind of marked up by Thatcher. You can see he clearly was just reading Kinsley's journal to learn more about the man and writing, mocking him in the margins, basically in a lot of places, until eventually he gets to a point where Kinsley was clearly studying the Pallid Mask and writing about it in his journal. And as these notes start, Kinsley is marking very similar things that you've seen people who've looked at the Pallid Mask before. Relatively inert until coming into contact with magic. The mask seems to have lost most of its abilities. We are attempting to repair it and put it back together to see what sort of magic these strangers in yellow were using. You can see notes about you all, the people who recovered it. Confirmations from Captain Valen on the acquisition of the mask. Wayward 5, not suspicious in connection to the Pallid cult. Basically, all of the notes about you all start here, and this is where Thatcher starts to really mark up the notes until eventually it starts to turn into drawings over that Kinsley's own script, where you can see him drawing pictures of himself, pictures of Scarlet, pictures of all of you, basically, other than Sarathil, because they never really met. Pictures of Cal. Eventually,
is my name right in there?
No, you're Abe Scone.
Good.
And your picture, you look like a dwarf in your picture because he was
Nice.
a dwarf.
I knew that'd come in handy someday.
Until eventually it gets corrected when he started to cast Dream on Timber. And you actually find a little notes about you, perhaps something that says perhaps the cleverest of them all. You find a lot of notes about Scarlet written in these margins that are somewhat cryptic. Things like she doesn't understand, she must let go. There is no such thing as Rowan anymore. There is no such thing as Reese anymore. Why doesn't she understand? Why does she care about any of these people? They are all using her, and that is it. Why does she follow the fool Curon? Curon is pathetic, also being used by his own god. All tools upon tools upon tools being used by one another in endless nothingness. And as it starts to get more dark like that and nihilistic, he starts to draw more images that are Pallid King-esque. Amalgams of hands, the spiral. He starts to talk about headaches and how he doesn't wear the mask anymore because it started to hurt his head. But the powers are growing stronger. Until eventually it just starts to look like text saying things like, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, over and over again. And then just starts to turn into these much more ink-blotty drawings of the Pallid King and pictures of himself in a small portion of the page where all of that darkness is around it. And then that picture, the darkness starts to pull back, almost like it turns into a flip book at one point. And then he's just drawing new pictures on each side until there's a picture of him standing there with a Pallid mask on his head, with what is clearly Scarlet next to him, with a Pallid mask on her face as well, but with the Pallid King dead, coiled around them.
Yeah, Kieran just takes this journal and goes, she needs to see this.
I mean, I wasn't 100% wrong, though. You see, he wants the Pallid King dead. I mean, he's still being manipulated, so we definitely can't trust him, but...
I'll concede you were correct.
Oh, this is actually interesting for Wiswick to notice. Kieran, you might not 100% understand what it is. You might just think it's a drawing of one of his people or a weird drawing of Scarlet. But Wiswick, there's very clearly on one of these pages a picture of their mother that he's drawn.
Oh.
And it's probably alone amongst all this like more twisted imagery. There is just one page where there's 3 people, Scarlet and him, and then this woman in the middle, and then no darkness around them.
Yeah, I would definitely take that page to show to Scarlet later as well.
The one,
This,
they are still wearing pallid masks, though, in that picture. Other than the mother.
This is some strange imagery. You think, you know, if he really wanted to share this power with his family, you know, she would have a mask too. I don't really know what it means, but maybe Scarlet can shed more light on what she thinks is going on in his head.
Well, you know what they say about men and their mothers. Kieran says, just looking at it. Probably thinks they're too pure, too great to succumb to the corruption. Still wants her there to be part of the family. Clearly, he's not.
Sorry, I just never thought that Thatcher is someone who, you know, thinks anyone is better than himself. He's kind of got that, you know, commanding presence.
Yes, well, that's to make up for all the times he probably felt small. Honestly, Kieran says as he just, like, continues to leaf through the journal. I feel sorry for him. But, he says, finally closing the journal and picking it up. Come to a point. Sorrow doesn't excuse the actions of the evil.
Understood. We should go find the others. I think we got enough.
Down in the basement. The 3 of you go down to the basement. Timber, you probably lead the way because you know of the traps that were once laid here, but you very quickly find that they've all been disabled or triggered to a point of being disabled.
Yeah, no, so the one that Timber got caught on and he was really pissed about, he makes sure to just, now he sees it, just dismantle it, like very aggressively. just in front of Sarathil and Scarlet, just like, it's okay.
As he's just smashing this little stone statue on the ground.
Yeah,
we're confused until we get a little bit further where there's another trap with a dead henchman.
Basically, yeah. Yeah. Because clearly Thatcher just sent his men down here to disable the traps, regardless of their safety. So there would be a dead henchman there with a large burnt, like they basically were hit by a firebolt or fireball of sorts.
Ooh.
You would find Kinsley's alchemical storehouse, where there are very few reagents left. Most anything has been taken. It could be sold for any piece of coin at all. You would find the original workshop of Edmund Hollingsworth, where you would find his notes kind of scattered all over the place. where they were obviously searching through this as well. You got a 30, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Sarathil, being astute and also of the mind of a wizard, you look in this wizard's workshop, and you know that wizards are not foolish, and they tend to keep their greatest secrets not out in the open. And with that 30, you begin to search for any kind of means of hidden goods here. And at some point, you would be able to find kind of behind this display of what is clearly a like anatomical skeleton of a human that Hollingsworth had here. You first of all, you walk up to it and you kind of look it in the eyes, and it looks you back in the face.
Yep. I was picturing the same thing.
And you would notice one of the ribs is slightly displaced, and you go up and you just tap on it, and the rib just, like a piece of it just twists, and a door opens up, and on the other side you would see vials of serum throughout, like I'll say 3 layers of vials. 2 of the layers are all the same size and the same color substance inside, kind of this bright indigo color that glows from them. And then there's 2 up at the top that are a little bit larger. One is green in color, and then one is blue in color. And actually there's a third one also that's purple in color. But these look to be some kind of serums that he had been working with. And you can see at the bottom, in a very nice display, very well kept and clean, is a syringe of kind.
Oh. Found something. Then what do you guys make of any of these? Is he working on some sort of transfusion and injection? These vials.
I remember last down here, he was trying to make some sort of serum to make superhuman soldiers. I don't know if that's related to what that is, but
that would be my guess as well.
You allow me some time, I can maybe study into these and see exactly what they do.
Sure. If you want me to alchemically break down this as well, I could.
Yeah, why don't you work on one of these? So I'll hand him one of the just regular, like the many indigo ones. And I'll start detect magicking just one of the same ones as well.
Absolutely.
I'll continue to poke around the office because I'm not magical. I can heat them up. That's about it.
I need a button burner.
I'll relay to her. It's like what you kind of just told me. It's like look for anything that is out of place. Any sort of magic you're working, wizards don't keep out in the open. They want to keep it to themselves. They don't want anybody finding it. So it'd have to be, if there's something else more, think of stashing it away under something that nobody would ever look.
Right. Floorboards and such.
Okay. Well, you already got a 24, so we can use that unless you want to roll again.
See if I can get higher. Nope. I'll keep the 24.
Okay. So looking through here, Scarlet, you're particularly looking for any oddities on the floor, right? Or things are out of place.
Yeah, things that are out of place. Either like he found the skeleton one, but like any crooked paintings or tapestries or loose floorboards or anything like that.
Okay. The 24.
Books on the bookshelf that don't seem straight.
Yeah. Hidden bookshelves.
Maybe a bust with a hinge.
Yeah, so you can look throughout, and let's see. You would be able to find eventually, I would say you find a loose floorboard. Not quite loose so much as you notice that there's like really old transcript, like it looks like there's dried paint on a certain part. And the second, and what makes this more interesting is completely on accident happens, or maybe luck or fate, but you spill a little bit of your water skin on it. Like you were just drinking the water, kind of like, all right, there's paint here, whatever. And then some spills and you see the paint immediately comes back to life and is repainted on there. And you look, and this is a floorboard that can be moved. And inside you would find a stack of scrolls.
Cool. Are they spell scrolls?
They are.
Spell scrolls.
Oh, great. Well, can you tell what they are?
I can try. I'll jump.
I've got fire over here. Don't bring it over here.
Right. So do I. Yeah, am I able to tell what the spells are? Do they have titles at the top, or are they just full of equations?
No, these ones are fairly complete, so they do have equations on here. One
It's
is
just an IKEA manual.
Yeah, right. It's actually just how to build. Yeah, his latest.
His latest desk. He was too embarrassed to throw it out, or like have used it
Yeah.
for his.
He was
Deeper in this little hidey hole. There's actually more. There's just the contents of the desk.
Amazing.
There's all the screws.
The floorboard worked weird because it was actually a desk leg that he repurposed.
Yeah, he kept the Allen wrench too.
Yep.
All right.
Recipe for meatballs.
All right, what spells we got?
We have a scroll of find the path.
Cool.
A scroll of sunbeam.
Ooh.
A scroll of sequester.
Dang.
Sequester.
And a
No
soul.
components necessary, Sean?
Nope. It's written with the appropriate inks and everything. And
That's
finally,
a very expensive scroll.
it is. Yeah. The scroll of sequester is like worth thousands and thousands and thousands of gold.
I don't know that I've ever heard of that spell.
And where's the last one?
Meteor swarm.
Meteor swarm. No, it's not meteor swarm.
A scroll of gate.
Yeah, it's gate.
Yeah, I'm just
We
gonna
have
give you
two
all the
versions
gate
of gate.
spells. No.
So it's the third way
Change.
we could acquire gate.
No, it's a
Yes.
it's a scroll of Mordenkainen's sword.
Of
Ooh.
say that first word again.
Mordenkainen's sword.
Mordenkainen.
Deckard Canes.
Deckard Cain's sword.
Okay.
Stay a while, listen.
I hate you.
That's all it says to you. That's the magical item.
All right. I
yeah.
will tell them that those are the spells. Now, scrolls can be used by anybody, right?
As long as you can cast a spell, you can use a scroll. Technically, I think Stefan found out the real answer.
I've
to this
done
for
this
us.
research, and I've played this wrong forever. Rules is written, you can only use a spell scroll if it appears on your class's spell list.
See, I
So
knew
I can't
it had
use
to be
any of
something
these.
like that because I was even sitting there being
Yeah.
like, oh, half of these are druid and cleric spells I'm giving them. So
Got it. All
yeah.
right.
So
So-
unless it's a scroll of produce flame
or Earth Tremor.
or earth tremor, you're out of luck, Scarlet.
Yep, that's fair. Well, I can't use any of these, but I'm sure you a Wiswick or cure can. I'll tell you what they are.
Yeah, and I'll say just for fun, Sarathil, you find for Sarathil a guide to Curious Re plate armor. How to use
Yes!
it. But mainly how to put it on.
Yeah.
just in the nick of time.
Curious Re armor. And how to don. Don and duff.
Doon and doof.
How to don and duff.
Cool.
Okay. What were you two were trying to identify the potions, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd say while you're doing that is when the other two rejoin you. Now, are you... So, Timber, you're actually, like, trying to use alchemy to identify these, right?
Yeah, I was gonna try to.
Yeah. So go ahead and give me
alchemically reverse it.
yeah, go ahead and give me a an alchemy kit check. With your proficiency bonus and
My expertise.
your expertise, yes, because you have expertise in that, right?
Well, because that one book.
Yep, that's
you were
right.
like, yep.
Yeah, so yeah, you have so go ahead and roll and add your expertise for a I'll say a wisdom check.
2.
22.
Yeah, 22.
Okay.
Sorry.
And then Sarathil, you're trying to identify the other ones?
Yes, with it, just an identify spell.
Cool. So the bigger potions seem to be so they all of these potions are the shit he was working on. He means to enhance soldiers, but also it seems that these ones are more refined to enhance anyone, not just soldiers. So the ones that are not the big ones, the small ones, which I'll say there's the
indigo ones.
Yeah, the indigo ones. I'll say there's 7 of, or 7 viable ones that aren't tainted. Are potions of shit. I just had what these were called, and potions of possibility.
Oh.
Which are essentially potions
Yeah,
of
I have
luck.
one of these.
Yeah.
What are they?
Potions of luck, basically.
But with 2 rather than 3, right?
Yeah. So it's basically inside each of these potions is a little fragment that lasts for a certain amount of time. Like these potions, this is why some of them have kind of like expired. Yeah. So when you drink it, you gain 2 fragments of possibility. So basically, you get 2 luck points for 8 hours. And there are 7 of them here.
Hell yeah.
Yoink.
The other potions, the green, blue, and purple ones are potions of basically they're like the first one you can tell is a potion of giant's might, or giant strength, I think is what it's called. A potion of giant strength, particularly a potion of fire giant strength. So this
I think the red one.
Oh, I feel like I got last time I was here. I got a potion of frost giant strength. It doesn't need to be the same. I still have it in my inventory. I never used it.
Yeah, well, none of you use strength. So.
You're right.
Even
That's why I
Cal
just
didn't
kind of
use strength.
sat there.
But yes, this is an even better potion then. So if you guys just want to, for fun, have a slightly higher strength saving throw, just in case, or if you need to do a bunch of strong things. So Frost Giant 1 brings your strength up to 23. Fire Giant brings your strength up to 25 for 1 hour. The next 2...
How many are there?
Well, no, there's only one that is this.
Oh, okay.
The other ones are not this type of potion. They are of a similar variety. One is a potion of a potion of Cloud Giant Wisdom. So this one will improve someone's wisdom score to 26 for an hour.
Dang.
Damn.
Kieran's hyped.
And then the final one is a potion of Storm Giant Intellect. It will increase someone's intellect to 24 for an hour.
Damn. Mine.
There you go.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Creator of these.
Nope. Nope. I think I messed that up actually, because I said a green potion, right?
Yeah.
You said a green, a blue, and a purple.
Okay, take away that fire giant
Red.
one then. The fire giant one is not a thing.
Damn it!
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was meant to be an agility one. Not agility. Agility's not a thing in this game. A dexterity one. So one of the potions will increase your dexterity to 24 for an hour.
Okay. Yoink.
But that's all you find, are these just really powerful potions. And powerful spell scrolls.
Seems like a pretty good haul. Can we meet up with them now, Sean?
Yes.
So, yeah, you guys see Wiswick running through the hallway down to you guys, and he sets off 3 traps, and they're like arrows shooting above his head, and he's just ignoring it completely. Hey, guys!
Find anything interesting?
I like how we're not phased at all. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Huron's behind, just like dodging everything.
But also, it's like you're at the level where these traps probably would be, all right, whatever. The arrow out of your side.
Yeah.
Can you just... Yeah, he's scratched. Yeah.
And the glass armor just, consumes the magic and then expels it.
Yeah, right.
Forgot about that feature.
Set the whole mansion on fire.
So, yeah, we found a lot of notes from Thatcher upstairs. Nothing, of practical use, but a lot of good knowledge.
Kieran's just gonna take the journal and toss it towards Scarlet and goes, I think you might want to look through this. It's, very telling of where your brother's at right now.
She does that. Wiswick just jumps up and puts the picture of her mother at the top of the pile.
I see. Well, told you he's not in his right mind. He doesn't know what he wants.
I never doubted that. What I doubted was the depth, the corruption that plagues him.
I still think there's hope.
He seems to, he may have lost perspective, but it seems like he still has some sort of, spot in his, mind for your mother. Perhaps if we find her or could somehow get into contact with her, she could help us in some way. Maybe she knows more about, what ails him than we do.
My Discord froze for a second. Who are you talking about?
I said that his mother, he seems to have some sort of, mental thing with his mother. Perhaps if we get in touch with her or you know,
Yeah.
talk to her in some way, we can find out more about why he's doing this. Or
He's
get him to
always
stop.
missed her. I wouldn't even know where to start. I don't even remember her. I mean, I know she exists, but I don't remember her. I do know he loves her, though. And he misses her.
Does he know she's alive?
I think he believes it. Did you share, Wiswick? Did you share with everybody that you made those berries? Do we all know about those?
Yeah, we were all done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had given everybody, you know, one berry,
One
but I
berry.
gave you 2.
That's right. I remember that.
Wiswick's good berries.
Wiswick's, yes, the
The best berries.
best berries.
Wiswick's better.
Schnozzelberries.
Schnozberries.
I like that.
Wiswick's better berries.
Yeah, okay. I think this, and I'll hold up the berry. It's our last hope of curing him of this madness.
But that does answer question. The army he leads is not an ally in the coming fight.
Just because the notes say that doesn't mean that maybe he's...
Scarlet. I understand your want. But please understand mine. There is
If
so
we
much more at stake here.
If we can get to him individually, then maybe there's a chance. But the people he's surrounded around are very dangerous.
I'm just saying, if we do get a chance, you know, you distract him with the mother stuff, and then when you get him close, you just shove that thing right up his mouth. It'll be back to normal.
normal.
You just have to say, "Here comes the airplane" when you do it.
He's not
What?
a baby, cousin.
What is that?
Oh.
Yeah,
You don't-
this was an
Oh, right.
aeroplane.
What the hell is it?
I know of gyrocopters. I think that's
It's
a
kind
gnomish
of like a
invention.
bird, but like
Hmm?
like a bird you can eat.
Like the elemental plane of air?
Yes, yes. It's in a bunch of children's stories. You guys don't have children, don't worry about it.
You read too many stories, cousin.
I hate children's stories. The Gwynville children's stories were always very dreadful.
Oh, really? Please regale us with one.
Well, one that my mother used to tell me was, there once was a boy that used to suck his thumbs excessively. And his mother told him to stop, but he wouldn't. So she cut him off. And now he does not have any thumbs.
They're very straightforward,
listen.
the old Gwyn Empire.
Ilyuvania preserve us. What? Straight to the point. I guess that's something commendable about your people.
Speaking of Ilyuvania, we should probably go check on her, right? Or no?
she's,
Go-
she's like 5-10 feet away from me right now, holding up one of the traps.
She was always here.
Oh, there you are. I was worried.
Inside our hearts.
As Timberlake bends down and like, give me that trap. Actually, you know what? This is what you do. Throw it against the wall.
No, don't let it.
She hucks it and
Nice.
just bursts. Like, it just looks like she is 1,000 times stronger than her actual frame is, with how this thing shatters and cracks the wall.
Very well done.
Getting back to the task at hand, following this new information, I think it may be prudent to actually try to track down what Thatcher is. And maybe see if we can intercept him before it's time for the fight. Even if for a second his allegiances are not, if we are unsure that they are on our side.
No, we're very sure they're against us. I want to make that very, very clear.
Yes, I
You're
agree.
You're sure.
if we can,
Scarlet, you must admit that, sure, he wants the Pallid King dead at the long run, but we are all dead at his side. Except for you.
as much as I want to see Thatcher, not our enemy, I feel like Taramrhan is still our main priority. We need those druids to expand our, production of this flower in a short amount of time to enough to keep whoever we're sending into battle, safe. I think that's a crucial part of our counterattack.
I think Wuzvik actually raises a good point, as good of a point you made, Sarathil. Maybe we can have a third party counteract the cult in which Thatcher is traveling.
I wrote this note to Oriel Clay about the most common locations that they found the cultists. I'm not sure if they've left yet. It did mention that they were leaving, but maybe we can catch them on the way.
I'll send word to the... I'll send word to Captain Duvain, and she'll know who to get in contact with. The Vale Wardens who guard the pass, can take care of Thatcher and his army, or at least keep us up to date on what's happening.
You could send that message, and we can travel to Taramrhan. The quicker, the better.
Yep, and we'll quickly stop by Calra's estate, and I'm still waiting for that message from Valen/Elspeth.
Yeah, and I would say it's on the way to Calra's estate that you would eventually, Kieran, you would see a little familiar ethereal bird flying towards you that lands on your shoulder as a message from Valen. Comes into your head and is immediately starting to outline plans of how they might be able to get in touch with you. The plans he's outlining are way too long. It would take in order to make anything worth it to go to Taramrhan. He's like, oh, well, I know she's been to Sumerlinden where she met you last, but I know that's like a week away from you. Like maybe you could teleport there, and it's a really convoluted plan to get you all to Taramrhan. That would require you to teleport to one place, and then her to teleport there, and then her to teleport you back to Taramrhan. So it might be easier just to say we're going to try to teleport ourselves.
Kieran passes the information along.
Okay.
So...
Sean, I sent you a message.
Okay.
Are we meeting Kalra at the estate or the secret hideout?
The estate.
At the estate.
Okay.
Okay. So I mean, it's not like you have to sneak or anything. You walk in immediately to the estate, and you hear loud banging noises all over the place, almost like construction is happening. And the second you walk in, you would see immediately standing there with just like a bunch of trash and detritus in their hands is a 7-foot tall automaton made of golden metal. That has blue light glowing behind these gemmed eyes. It's just holding onto this trash, and it's just looks at you all cocks its head, and then just walks past you as it towers over each of you. And you can see it goes outside, and it just extends its arms out and drops all the crap in the middle of the front yard. As you then see 2 more come out with the same amount of detritus in their hands. As you would then see Kalra kind of coming out of another room and talking very fast to one of these automatons, who is holding a slate that a magic quill is writing notes into. As she's just like, oh, and we are going to have to absolutely do the entire library. It has been destroyed. We are going to need to fix this, that. We're going to need to put an order in for new vials. We're going to need to get chisels. We're going to need to get everything. Oh! Wiswick! And she turns to look at you all as she waves a hand, and this golden automaton just walks away. Scarlet and Wiswick obviously could tell these are reverse engineered automatons from the secret wizard lair you all found.
Mm-hmm. I just go, Calra, you look great. Very snazzy friends you got here. I like the gold.
Oh, well, you know, there was abundance of it down there, so I figured I would make use of it. And if you look closely, and she smiles and looks to the two of you and points at one of them, actually stops one of them that's walking by and has all this detritus of the broken down house, and just stops and walks back a few steps after she stops it, and she points and taps on this little tiny engraving on the side of the robot that shows, like, the mark of Senric's shop. Very small, though. And she taps it and looks at you, Scarlet, and just goes, not bad, right?
Not at all. Does that mean he's here?
He's somewhere around here. I've lost track of him. I've got a lot of work to do. I will meet you in the parlor in a few minutes. Let me just finish up with these dogs here. As she kind of runs off after the automatons. And you can go to the parlor if you want, or Scarlet, you can go looking for Senric.
I'd like to go look for him, please. Maybe if there's blacksmith sounds, I'll follow the sounds.
You actually wouldn't find him smithing. You would find him awkwardly in the main kind of parlor, actually, where you all were going to go anyway.
Perfect.
Because he came with her, but is not certain what he's doing here, as the automaton she immediately got the automatons to work and didn't really tell him what he should be doing here. So you just see him awkwardly standing in this parlor that she's like lit the fireplace for and done as much prestidigitating as she can to make it look nice. What was once kind of hollowed out with like a sunken in ceiling is now once again a very nice parlor area. As you can see, there's one robot standing there with a silver platter that just has a bottle of booze on it. There's no glasses for it. It's just a bottle of booze there. And Senric is standing there in his rough blacksmith clothes, just kind of holding a straw hat in his hands.
Oh.
As he's just sort of like staring at all the
So
books
awkward. I love
around.
it.
As he's too big for this space, also as the big blacksmith. If he would look giant in the area if it wasn't for the automaton there.
Love what you've done with the place.
I didn't really do anything.
Sure you did. I saw your mark on these.
No, well, yes, that's standard work, I suppose, for more of a breastplate, but I guess it works with the robots. That's what she keeps calling them, robots. I've never heard that term before. Yeah, well, I'm not done anything here, though. I'm just kind of waiting here, let one. I don't know what I'm doing here.
I'll go put my hands on his hands holding the hat and just be like, it's good to see you.
Yes, it's good. It's good.
Do you have a workspace that you've been working in?
Yes, but it's miles away.
Oh.
Where I don't really actually know how far it is, because does the magic teleport, disappear, appear, that kind of thing.
I see.
I'm very not used to it all, but yeah. It's what are you doing here?
Well, we are here to speak with Calra and you, and make preparations for what could very well be the end of the world.
I knew I shouldn't have gotten involved with you people. Lost my shop.
are standing. We were just there.
It's not the same.
Once this is over, we can build a new one.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see where I end up. But you, look at you. All fierce, I guess.
Very different from the last
Your
time we
friends
saw each
look
other.
all covered in treasures.
Like we said, preparing for the end of the world.
Oh, that's right, that's right. Not really
No,
my
Walter's
specialty.
awkwardly standing
Yeah, he's
there.
not really my specialty. And he'll just kind of give you a nudge with his hand, like an awkward shoulder fist bump,
Yeah.
as Kaura would step in, be like, "Oh, lovely! You've had a reunion with your mentor, father figure."
Mentor.
And she immediately casts mending, and you see a bunch of glasses come, like shards of glass from the ground, come up to the platter and turn into glasses, and she begins to pour a drink for everyone of this bubbly champagne-like booze. I know it might be the end of the world, like you said, but I suppose that's the best time to have a drink. And for a joyful reunion. Didn't really get to know you three, but
Well, I spent some time studying at the academy.
that's true. That's
And
true.
I
did
have
notice
no
you
idea
there.
who you are.
I am
Good to
Kalra.
meet you.
At
Nice to
one
meet you,
time,
Kalra.
a prestigious mage of the Kirasri Academy in the College of the Illusory. And then I met all of you, and I was disgraced and kicked out of the city.
Now you're an alcoholic. I know the type. I've been there.
I will take no offense to that. As she hands
Have that
Timber
effect on
the
people.
as she hands Timber a glass of this bubbly magic champagne. But I hear the world is ending, as you said, so I thought I'd offer some help.
We appreciate whatever you can assist with. Technically, the world's not ending, it's just the end times are coming, and if we aren't successful, that's where folks should worry.
Oh yes, that's right, that's right. That's how these crusades work. But you know, if you read some of the prominent texts on the schools of magic and the pillar theories, there's a lot to be said that the world is always ending at all times. But I want... That's all theory. This is all very real.
Yes.
As she hands Kiran a glass of bubbly champagne. She would then pull out a bag of holding and start to pull things out of it. I'm not
Have
sure.
one of those. Be careful,
I'm
it
not-
might be a bag man.
She says, holding her hand over it. She just looks at you and cocks one of her, large drow eyebrows, and it's just like, "Bag man." Okay, and she just leans her hand in and pulls out and starts to drag out a big shield made of this gold color with a big turquoise gem in the center. And it drops it down, and then kind of drags it across the room to you all. And then she kind of waves her hand and whispers something in another language, and it floats in the air and starts to spin around her. I figured if I was to go into combat, I'd want to have a little bit of protection, but not being the kind who really knows how to put armor on or anything like that, I designed this with the tools in the Mechanomage's lair. And it is a shield of arrow catching, which is a shield that will float around you so you don't have to use one of your hands to wield the shield. And you still get the +2 bonus to AC. So, if anyone is a two-hand weapon person who wants +2 to their AC,
Well, let's see
truthfully,
what else.
anyone who wants +2 to their AC, because you don't need to be proficient with a shield.
We did attune to it.
You do have to attune to it, so it is something you need an attunement slot for.
Oh, it's only against ranged attacks, though.
Yeah, but you know,
Well,
it might be a
an
little
arrow
better.
catch.
It's probably a little better than that. So I'm gonna say it's just
okay.
for anything.
Just supports 2 shield.
That's pretty cool.
You're cutting out.
Oh, is that better?
Yeah.
That thing's pretty cool. Can it keep up with, if we're moving fast? Like, it looks pretty heavy.
It might become a burden after a little bit of time if it loses some of its power, but for the most part, if you're just activating it during combat, it should be okay.
I take out my magic carpet, and I try to put it on top of it to see if it's heavy, like if it'll carry it.
What's the weight maximum on that?
Carpet of flying, 800 pounds.
Yeah, it'll be fine on it.
I say, this is pretty cool, but any of us can use it.
I don't have the ability to carry any more things that need concentration. So, someone else is welcome to it.
It's probably better than my ring, if nobody has any other objections.
Take it.
All right. I take it.
Hey, Ilyavanya, do you want it?
You see Ilyavanya right now is poking one of the automatons and investigating curiously. Okay.
I kind of wanted to do the same thing. I'm very jealous of Ilyavanya right now, but... All right, this is great, Kaura. Thank you. You got anything else for us?
Yes, I have, probably, let's see, let me look in here, and you see she just starts to sift through her bag. Well, this one is kind of similar to the, to what I just gave you, but I don't think, she kind of looks to your martial people, and like, they look like they have enough weapons. As you see, she just kind of pulls this rapier out and just kind of throws it in the air, and it just starts to float around her.
Do you have any boots? Like
Boots?
pretty cool boots?
Pretty
Yeah.
cool
You
boots.
have boots.
I know. As Timber's like upside down with his levitation boots.
Let's see. Boots. I don't really have a lot of boots in here. Oh, I've got these. And she pulls out these boots that have kind of like this studding over them that's made of that same gold material that has this turquoise gem in them. Yeah, these will make you jump really high.
Ooh.
Yeah. Basically turns your you can jump 3 times the normal distance.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'll take them.
Okay.
Hey, Ilyavanya, I got some boots for you.
You see she's looking at them, and she's been barefoot the entire time you guys have had her here, so she puts them on and is immediately just excited to be wearing shoes.
Be very careful when you jump.
She immediately starts like stomping on things with them. And then
Oh,
at one
okay.
point you see she randomly stomps though, and she goes and flings up into the air and like grabs onto up like a piece of detritus or something, and then she just lets go and drops down, standing on the shadows, and walks back down.
I taught her that.
Oh, this is a really good one, actually. I don't know if it is of use to you all. And she pulls out a little, she sticks her hand in the bag and pulls out with a lovely large ring on her finger that is in the shape of a mirror with some gems inset in the sides. This is a ring of spell turning. While wearing this, you may require a bit of attunement. You'll have advantage on saving throws against spells that target only you. In addition, if you roll a 20 for the save, and the spell is 7th level or lower, the spell has no effect on you and instead targets the caster, using the slot level, spell DC, attack bonus, and spellcasting ability of that caster.
I can take it.
There you
Sounds
go.
good.
Hey, Ivan, you want this ring?
But that is really all I had that I thought was in any use, other than, of course, the automatons can help with whatever you need.
Do these automatons run on any sort of Neblin technology or magic, or?
Not particularly, but I did reverse engineer a little bit of your arcane core's magic, and the wizard was originally using the Sphere of Neblin magic to power his automatons, and I needed to find a way to channel new power that was not being drained from a life form like the arcane core. So they run on a different source of power. That power is me.
What sort of power is that?
Me. My own arcane power.
That's a lot of
That being
power.
said, they can only be active for a certain number of hours a day. Without exhausting myself.
I used to have a friend like that. I'm sure they'll treat you well.
Oh, they're great company.
Could I possibly use some of my I would like to use some of my gemstones to commune with Noldegra.
Mm-hmm.
Or, the spirits of Noldegra, and basically look over these creatures and see if there's any way I could possibly, from the extensive knowledge of golems that we have, if we could somehow optimize them or, ease Kalra's burden or, improve upon them in some way.
Yeah, you could definitely do that. And I think it would be pretty obvious upon using the spirits of Noldegra that this is this technology is very much based on what the wizard was using the arcane core for, so they would be very amenable to manipulations of your magic onto them to make them more effective.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think that, you would just see Wiswick's face change a few times after he was, mumbling to himself. And he would touch one of these creatures and say, I think I could improve things. These servants are kind of like receptacles for your power, but you can perhaps charge them with other energy, life force. If you were able to, harness a spirit or two, it might allow you to control them with less stress on yourself. I can't really. I think that they're modified too much, that they're no longer part of my Snurf Nebula network. But perhaps I can work with you and figure out a way to make these creatures more receptible to you know, uh, the types of modifications that I can create. It might require, you know, I don't know if this is something that seems okay with you, but if
Of
you were
course.
to have some sort of, I mean, I don't want to say it, but a sacrifice or a willing participant, you might be able to, you know, extend their lifespan in in like exchange for a new body and a new servant.
Very curious ideas, Wiswick. Something that I think would take quite a bit of research on our parts. But I'd be happy to work with you in some way to improve these creatures when you are done with your business.
I've also realized that through extensive observation of these creatures that they, if, you know, instructed properly, they can sometimes create souls of their own accord. It's very rare, but I think that maybe exposing a few of them to a soul might expand your chances of them creating their own consciousnesses and, you know, becoming more of a, you know, sentient being than just a tool.
Perhaps.
I don't know if that's what you're going for, but...
No, right now they're mostly there for help. I do have the blacksmith over here to keep me company. He's a very good listener. Aren't you, Senric? He's just kind of like, yeah. It's been quite a few months. But I think you have other business to attend to before meddling with the consciousness of these creatures.
We need to go.
Sorry, it's fascinating. All right. Kaura, I thank you again. You're always a delight to be around. I hope our friendship lasts many more years and not just the next few days. Thanks for your help. If you want to come with us, we'd be happy to have your golden army to protect us.
Feels like less of an army and more of a small workforce.
Precisely.
Golden Brigade. Sounds cooler.
I do like the name. Golden Brigade.
That does actually sound very cool. I'm a little jealous.
Well,
but yes, we need to get to Taramrhan. The longer we delay, the more damage that can be done.
Well, I will be here, and if you need me further, then let me know. I have some work to do and some colleagues to engage with. But good luck, Wiswick and friends.
Thank you. Quickly before we teleport, Kieran is going to cast Sending to Captain Duvain. Typical normal sending.
Yep.
Simply, greetings, Captain. An enemy arrives through the pass at Sivia. Can you alert the Vale Wardens to the threat? Slow them if possible. Thanks, Kieran.
Yes, and you would get back a kind of an affirmative, like, yes, we will work on that right away, to see what Vale Wardens we can mobilize into the gap to skirmish the approaching army. Okay. Before you guys teleport, I think it's a good time to take a quick break. So we're going to take a break, and then our heroes are going to teleport to an old place they once trotted, where they actually were first named the Wayward Five, the home for the Wayward Fae. So we'll be back in 5 or so minutes, folks. Please stick around, and we will see you all very soon.
Goodbye.
Goodbye for now.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to Vantage in Paradise. Our heroes have just met up with an old friend, or particularly an old friend of Wiswick's and an associate of Scarlet's. You didn't drink the wine she bought you.
Oh, you're still. I thought you were talking about Cedric. I was like, no, Cedric's my friend.
No, I know. I'm talking about Kalra, who you didn't even try the wine.
I have not touched the wine. No, it's been fermenting in my bag this entire time.
It's a wine of invisibility.
Alcoholic invisibility.
Yeah, you get drunk, but you're invisible. But
That's how I feel whenever I drink.
oh. Anyway.
During the break, we beat the Pallid King.
Yeah, they said how they want to do it, and I was like, oh, that'll work. Good job, everybody.
Thanks.
No, so you are finishing up here with Kalra, and she's walking off to tend to her robots, as Senric is kind of standing there awkwardly. But you are preparing your teleportation spell. Wiswick, you are casting it because you have the familiar object, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So then you all gather up. Wiswick, you have your familiar object for the teleport spell.
I do. My runic rock.
Your runic rock. Runic rock.
Runic rock.
So go ahead and give me a D100 roll.
Don't fuck this up, Wiswick.
This is so easy. Are you kidding me?
Don't get a 19.
42.
Okay, you're good. So, you feel the magic of Nul de Gras pour into each of you as you feel yourselves pulled out of this reality, and for a moment you're in the in-between reality, the astral sea that Wiswick traveled through, and then suddenly you look around to the dark, empty halls of the Home for Wayward Fae. You knew this place was abandoned after it was attacked a long time ago. But up in the writhing roots of the great tree above, you can see what was once just a little tiny rift that spilled the waters of the pool below in is now a gaping rift directly to the corrupted Feywild. The
Sean,
place.
I would like to. Oh,
Go ahead.
Sorry. Cast a spell Oh.
Your footsteps. I'm still setting the scene. I'm sorry. I
That's
paused
fair.
too long there.
It's okay. I do it literally all the time.
I know. All you hear is the slow sizzle of this portal. Just a light, almost like frying oil sound. And then the echo of your boot steps. Like that awkwardly loud echo where you just slightly move and there's just... And these halls look so much bigger without the menagerie of animals in here. So much emptier and duller. Other than this sick, pallid pale. Pallid pale, that's redundant. Sick, pallid light that comes from the Feywild. Now you may cast Dispel Magic.
Thanks.
I cast Mage Armor.
What level do you cast Dispel Magic at?
I'm going to start at 3rd level and see how it reacts.
Okay. So go ahead and give me a D20 roll, or a Wisdom roll.
Nine.
The spell fizzles out.
How about Mage Armor?
Mage Armor works.
Okay.
What are the rest of you doing as you step in, there's this awkward sound of everything, and then I imagine, Curon, you kind of whisper the Dispel Magic under your breath, and run your hand up, and there's just kind of this loud clamor of your magic hitting the portal as nothing happens to it, and that loud clamor just...
I'd like to use my blind sense to sense if there's any invisible things around.
And what is that 10 feet radius around you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so go ahead and give me an investigation check or a perception check.
We're gonna do investigation. Nice. 27.
So you imagine you're just starting to circle around the room, starting close to the wall, and then kind of slowly coming towards the middle, kind of like almost a pallid spiral.
Yeah.
But it's also the most efficient way to try to scale the whole room, scan the whole room.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Don't notice anything. What are the rest of you doing?
Are we looking for something?
Something.
I imagine at this Kieran's starting to recast Dispel Magic as he goes. I think we're just trying to make sure it's safe before we head out towards the communes.
I'm going to stick with one of you guys.
You know what?
I'm gonna use my fancy new helmet and detect magic. Look around us. What do I see? What do I see with my special eyes?
Yeah.
My
Look at your
brand.
special eyes.
So
My
first of all,
Look.
First of all, Sarathil is now wearing full plate armor.
But I like to imagine the hands are still on the outside.
That's what I was just gonna say. Is the hand
No. It's the hands also have plate gauntlets on them.
like you went out and bought plate gauntlets for the hands that negate all of the stealth benefits of this armor as they clamor against it. But the cross guard of it, the cross that's on it immediately lights up, and you now can see you can see magical weaves. You can see all of your friends light up with the different assortments of magic upon them. You see the overwhelming light of the portal itself. And you can start to see not anyone here in this hall as you start to walk around, but you can see trails from the portal that look like footprints that are basically just noxious magical fumes that have been left behind that you can see with this detect magic.
See how many pairs?
Give me an investigation check because there are a lot of these tracks. But it's hard to tell if this is 2 people moving around, 12 people moving around, 1 person who just kept moving around in this space.
It was 29.
29. So basically like Scarlet's scaling around the exterior looking for invisible foes. You're currently kind of walking around looking at the ground. Huron is beginning to prepare his next Dispel Magic. With that 29 investigation, basically what it looks like is like maybe it's definitely not 1 person, but it's also not like a dozen or 2 dozen. It's probably like a small party, maybe like 5 or 6 that were moving around here. And as you
in single file?
No, not in single file.
Okay, they're not sand people.
They're not sand people, no. But it looks like a small fight happened here, where you actually follow the tracks and you can find they were almost blending in with the darkness. These shriveled husks of humanoid shapes that look completely drained of any essence. They are not burnt, but they're just sort of like horrifically husked up and dried out. And they are like half dust, some of them. And if you get too close to any of them, they just break apart. They look like some seem elven, some more fey than others. Satyr here.
It was quite the scuffle here. Which way do we need to go, Kieran? I'm seeing tracks pointing this way, and I'm assuming the poor victims of this, those would probably be enemies.
As Kieran is writing a spell, he looks over and spies Iluvania. He pauses for a moment and goes, "Excuse me, Iluvania?
She looks to you.
May I request some assistance? The portal you see up there connects to the dying Feywild. Fear it's a conduit for the Pallid King's corruption into our realm. I might be able to close it myself, but with your powers, I believe you can far better complete this task than myself. Do you mind?"
She kind of steps up nervously to you and then kind of looks at your hands that were about to finish the components, the somatic components, and then she kind of holds her hands out, and you can tell she's basically asking you to show her how to do it.
Yes, of course. Well, just circle around this one and feel the pull of your magic.
She's perfectly mimicking you as you're saying this.
And it's less about feel the magic around you, channel it, because it's from within you. Find your target and
And she kind of looks at her hand as it's come down to this, and then she just goes like that. And you watch the room lights up bright, like a blinding light across the room, and it almost sounds like the sounds of thunder clapping in here as the portal just sizzles away entirely with no effort, seemingly. As she then kind of like stares, she can't see her face, but as she stares at her hand, kind of it goes back and then looks up at the completely empty space that the portal was just in.
Crescent Heart.
She basically cast a 9th level Dispel Magic there.
Damn.
Sorry, Sarathil. Which way? Well, I believe the exit's that way, correct? Kieran says, like, kind of asking the others as we've all been here.
This place was a lot nicer with pseudo dragons flying around everywhere.
I agree.
But it was.
Interesting to see. So lifeless.
Yeah, I mean, just with the gate closed, there might still be, followers of the Pallid King nearby. We should keep. They might be even. They probably don't know we're here, but they might have been protecting this place. I think we should all prepare for, if there's anybody dangerous around to fight. So I'm gonna walk over to let's go with Scarlet, and I'm gonna say I've been meaning to try this one out, and I'm gonna cast a 9th level Foresight on her.
The hell does that do?
You
You're a
can
demigod
see
now.
the future now.
Hell yeah.
Scarlet?
Yeah, she can't be surprised. She has advantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws, and if any other creature attacks her, they have disadvantage.
Hell yeah. Perma sneak attack.
I was about to say, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly what I was going for.
That makes sense.
Last 8
Just
hours.
fucking go
Wow.
ham.
Amazing. Thank you. I see everything.
So,
And-
you've cast Foresight on her?
I have.
Yeah, so Scarlet, you start to feel this distinct sensitivity to your environment, where you, you kind of like Sarathil when he's having his moments. You can kind of just your hand, you see it move, and you can almost like choose which one you put your hand to. It's limited, like you can't like see beyond 6 seconds, basically. Yeah. But you're kind of like seeing the entire 6 seconds and choosing where to be in those 6 seconds of the like several yous that you feel.
You're King Crimson.
Oh my god. Doesn't know what that means.
They still.
What would you all like to do? Would you like to leave?
Yeah, I think Kieran would just start heading towards the exit.
Is that where the footprints are going?
Yeah. There's one exit. It does seem like the footprints did kind of like sniff around some of the other exits, but they all came and congregated up to the main exit and left through there.
We must be sure that we remain wary.
Of course.
I mean, if... I'm sorry. Go ahead,
That's
Scarlet.
okay. No, I was just gonna say, don't worry. I don't think I can be surprised. So maybe I should go first.
If you want to. If you know how to scout tracks.
Give it a shot. I can see several things now. This is very weird. But yeah, I'll go first. Because I can't be surprised. I don't think I could anyway. With my alert feat, but still.
Okay.
Now you can not be double surprised.
Doubly surprised, yeah.
Yep.
Because it's definitely stacks like that. Most definitely.
Mm-hmm. It means that if they even try to surprise you, they immediately receive psychic damage. That's how it works. They even think about it.
Yep.
They, the player.
Okay. So, I mean, I know you can't be surprised, but are you doing like a check? Are you receiving and investigating as you're moving along?
Yeah, and I'm doing so stealthily.
Okay, go ahead and give me a stealth check.
You want stealth first?
Yeah. Is everyone following close behind or letting her get ahead of you?
Oh god.
Yep, close behind.
Oh wait.
Okay.
I have advantage.
Get ahead of
Thank
me.
God.
Then everyone
Yeah.
should give me stealth checks. Oh, Scarlet, remember
Remember what?
the talent feature. Remember, you can't roll lower
That's
than
right.
a certain number with
That's
your
right.
efficiency.
My reliable talent. Thank
Yeah.
you. But still.
It's the last 3 episodes you're gonna use this goddamn feature.
Aye, Captain. I still had advantage on it anyway. So that's going to be a 32 for stealth.
Okay. Everyone else?
Stealthing?
Do
And
I
can I-
have to stealth if I'm floating on a magic carpet?
Yes, because you can still. You're still.
22.
I hate to say it, Sean, but are there rocks nearby?
Yes, but you're floating on a carpet.
Damn it!
Wow, Kieran.
Kieran, what'd you get?
Natural 20 for
Good
21.
job.
Hell yeah, Kieran.
And I would like to say, Kieran is definitely staying a little further away from Scarlet to give her that breathing space in case he fucks up. But will also be actively perceiving to see if anything is reacting to our movements.
Okay. Sarathil, what'd you get on the stealth check?
15.
Yeah, nice. Now that you got that advantage with your
With that
armor,
-1 modifier.
your armor that nullifies the noise.
Yeah.
He needs it. He needs it. Okay, and then give me perception checks for those who want to perceive. Wait, Wisbek, what was yours total? Your total?
16.
Okay.
19 for me.
For perception?
Natural 20
Yes.
for 29 for me.
Kieran?
31.
31.
Natural 13 or 14. Excuse me.
Ugh. Jesus.
So behind you all, the first thing you all perceive is the fact that at least at the very beginning of this movement, Ilyuvania is not stealthing. And with her new boots, it is louder than it would be if she was just her barefooted self.
Kristenhot, if you maybe. Shh. We're trying to be stealthy.
Then you see she just steps up into the air and starts walking on the shadows.
Is that? Huron starts to mimic her. But his lasts for a minute, and then he drops, and then he like starts it again. And he's like, you know what, this isn't worth it.
And that time she rolled much better on her stealth. Because she rolled very badly. But now she's not got a 19. A natural 19. Her plus 50 modifier, because she's a god. Okay, so Scarlet and Curon. First of all, Scarlet, you noticed this 1,000 times before anyone else because of your foresight, but you notice, and actually you notice it before it happens, or like as it happens and then it doesn't happen because you have foresight. So you see yourself tripping over a small ceramic pot that was basically not tripping over it, but like stepping into a hole that you didn't see, and your foot breaks the ceramic pot underneath it. Which immediately starts to release a noxious fume. And you also would see ooze pulling itself out of it and up your leg, and start to dig into your skin and start to go into your bloodstream. You see that. You you feel that happen to you.
Yeah.
As you start to, and this thing happens to you, and then you're like, nope, I'm gonna choose the bad,
The other way.
different reality, and suddenly it's all back to literally 6 seconds before you step on this.
Okay, and I'll just guide everybody. Step this way. Ugh.
Kieran, even though she sees this in her hyper magic reality, you just see it. No, Scarlet, you would have seen it also. But the foresight allowed you to trigger it and then know what it did, and then choose not to trigger it.
Very cool. So I will guide everybody around that.
And there are about 6 more of them that you pass by, that only because you know what they are and now can see them, you avoid them. But it seems as though whatever came through that portal laid all of these traps here before completely leaving this space.
Didn't know we had a rogue.
But you would go through the brief tunnels that lead out into the larger area out here, where you would all step out to the old small pond that leads to the waterfall. The pond is nearly completely dried out because of the corruption here. The trees are all dead entirely, and there's a low-hanging yellow fog that's starting to come up from the ground. As you can see, the roots are rotting from the trees here, and there's these fungal growths all over them. And through the misty fog, you would see a large stone plaque built here by Wiswick, memorializing Reyna. Near the now nearly completely dried out pond. An area that was once the pinnacle of beauty in this forest is now rotten.
I will remind you that I believe Curon sanctified this area. I did some kind of magic to it.
Did you? Oh, did you cast Hollow?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, and it was energy. Was it? What is it? There's a particular one. Or unless it's a different spell.
Yeah, I'm going through to see.
So with that in mind, depending on what the spell is, I think it's actually the... 'cause I remember you doing this. Or I think is it part of the ceremony spell?
Might have been.
Because...
Well, I guess it doesn't totally matter.
No, it matters. It matters. What I would say is, there is a ring of protection that is around Reyna's memorial stone, where the rot has not taken hold, regardless of what spell you cast that would have had some kind of time limit to it. There is still a protection in the soil here around Reyna's Reyna's area, or her memorial.
Yeah, it just says Q cast ceremony on memorial.
Yeah, so it's probably something that at the time I was like, I'm gonna give you a lot of leeway
really, it
with,
would just be funeral rite, which means that it can't become undead for 7 days.
So what I'm gonna say though, because I liked the sentiment all those months ago, there is a clear ring around Reyna's memorial where the rot has not taken place, and there is growth that is fighting against the rot. The memorial itself is pristine still, including anything that you left behind as a memorial item or anything. This is completely unmarked. Even whatever creatures passed through here seem to have not touched this. What would you like to do? Continue tracking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Scarlet, you are leading this tracking?
Yep. Yep.
Sarathil, are you helping with your magic eyes?
Dan?
Look with your magic eyes.
As the old man puts his glasses on. Because you can give Scarlet, I know she already gets advantage, but like, what I would say is real advantage because she can't see magic tracks. She can kind of see, like, you can point out the things that are magical, and she can see what physical remnants there are of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, Scarlet, give me an investigation check or perception.
Investigation, maybe. It's much higher. That's gonna be a 29.
Okay. You are able to follow the tracks pretty far and deep into the forest. Eventually, those of you with super high perceptions, with a passive of 18 or more, would hear someone rustling in the bushes.
Timber's gonna go invisible and slowly approach.
As you're slowly approaching invisibly, you would start to hear a voice whispering to another person, as they're saying, "That's gotta be them. That's gotta be them." And you hear Valen saying to Elspeth, "You are not very good at hiding." I think you muted yourself as you said whatever you said.
Oh, I said Elspeth!
And you hear the small wood gnome, forest gnomish voice go kind of like yip for a second. She's kind of as he doesn't even hesitate. Valen just stands up immediately and then looks around and sees the lot of you, and immediately waves and comes rushing forward to you all. You know, this is eventually they would have noticed the less stealthy of all of you walking down the path, but they come running up, and Elspeth looks to you, Kieran, and Valen and Elspeth come up to you, Kieran, and kind of look to everyone and says, You made it. So you what are you doing? Have you found something? What are you? Are you tracking whatever's been doing these things?
Yes. Ilyvania here, Kieran says, gesturing to her, was able to close the rift that opened in the home for the Wayward Fae. Now we're tracking through Scarlet and Sarathil, whomstever made those magical tracks.
Well, and you see Valen steps forward. Well, they have been attacking whatever they are. They have attacked a few villages already, a few communes. Perhaps these tracks can point us in the right direction to where they're heading.
Yes, what are you two doing out here?
We came to find you.
That makes sense. Thank you.
As Elspeth's powers of transportation don't seem to be able to get her back into the home for the Wayward Fae. But it got us close enough.
Well, you are a sight for sore eyes, friend. This Kieran does embrace Valen. Nice big hug.
And I'll give you a big hug as well. There are 2 villages nearby that could be targets for them. But we're unsure which one they would be targeting first.
Are they close? Close to each other?
One is maybe an hour away. The other one is a little further away.
We could probably see their tracks for which one they're going to.
I was going to say, at some point with the tracks would lead in a specific way, so...
Potentially, yes.
I have this new awareness thanks to our little gnome friend here. I might be able to gain a sense of which way they went.
Lead the way.
I shall lead the way.
Okay. With your tracking that you just found, eventually you would be able to see the tracks do split off. And it looks like a majority of the forces went to the left, while a small, maybe 1 or 2, broke off to the other direction.
They went in both directions. Most of them went this way. A couple of them went the other way. I don't know. And turning to Valen, is one more powerful than the other? Is one more important than the other? Why would they need to split?
I don't know what we're hunting. If I had an idea what they were, it would be easier for me to understand. Are there any indications of what they are from...
Would we have been able to surmise from the scuffle that was back in the Wayward Fae?
I'd say that Timber and Kieran could do an insight check.
Yeah, I would like to.
Mm-hmm.
22 on insight.
That is a natural 20.
Woo!
Or a 30.
Woo!
The tracks were very similar to the wild elves of the Ghost of Ruination. But obviously from beyond, in the Feywild, which, and if you were to discuss that, you all would know that the wild elves made up a large portion of the Wayward One's army that attacked the Feywild.
It looks like the I mean, from what I was able to gather, it looks like the wild elves, surprisingly.
Well, if they're anything like the Ghosts of Ruination, Nation, they like to trap their enemies. If they are of the Pallid Feywild, then they are most likely of the tribes that joined the Wayward One in the past. They feed. They're like vampires. And if they can get more food out of something, they will. So I'm not sure which direction would be the wisest to go in.
Maybe, Valen, you and Elspeth, are you able to track them at all? Maybe follow the 2 lone sets. We'll deal with the larger group.
We should be able to
Keep
do
in
that.
contact. Don't make any moves on your own unless you are confident you can take them. Absolutely confident. Don't go risking yourselves. We can come assist once we've dealt with the larger group.
Okay. All right. And you see the 2 of them then split off from you all.
Crescent Heart, guide you, Kieran says as he looks over at Iluvanya.
Who is looking at the world.
A lot of guiding going on.
Okay. Marching order.
Me first.
I'll be behind her.
Last.
Middle.
Up front, somewhere.
Okay. All right. Stealth checks.
Sure, I can't just use my old one.
24.
Oh, let's go, baby.
34.
Natural 20, which
For a
turned into a 19.
Scarlet, what'd you get?
34.
Kieran, what'd you get?
9.
Oh, there it is.
There
Wiswick,
it is.
what'd you get?
14, still not the lowest.
Oh, Iluvanya got a nat
That's not
20.
Come on, Kira, you're embarrassing yourself in front of your goddess.
I think that's just par for the course at this point.
Okay. And what about eyes? Are folks looking around?
Oh, hell.
Hell yeah.
Wow. I got a nat 1
Oof.
and a nat 19.
21.
36. I got a 36, Sean. Do
Yeah,
I
I got a
see
21
into the
too.
next realm?
Twinsies.
I'm sorry, what did the other people get?
They don't matter. They don't matter.
Scarlet, what'd you get?
21.
Timber?
21, twinsies.
Twinsies.
Oh. Sarathil and
Still
Wiswick, did you guys keep an eye out as well?
I didn't roll.
Okay. All right, so as you're all focused on the tracks, Sarathil's keeping his eyes open for the tracks as well, with the magical helmet. Kieran does start to lose a bit of his grace as you're moving through.
Never had it. Possible to lose something you never had.
You do, Scarlet, Timber, and Kieran. Kieran more so would hear this. The others would hear kind of like the muted version of it. It does sound like someone is crying for help in the distance. Maybe 100 or 200 feet ahead somewhere. You can hear it kind of bouncing through the forest. You all three of you hear it, but Huron, you can kind of pinpoint the direction of it.
So they're crying for help. What
Mhm.
language are they crying for help in?
Elvish.
What kind of Elvish? What dialect?
Wood Elven.
Is it the Wood Elven that I have heard?
It's Sylvan. Which, yes, is the Wood Elven you would have heard.
Okay.
I don't speak that, so I can't just.
I
hear
do
some
too.
Noises.
Oh, I speak it as well.
You didn't roll.
You're right. Just
He's
letting
too focused
everybody
on the
know.
magic tracks in front of him that I am going to say start to fade away as you're getting closer
These
to the
tracks
sound.
speak Sylvan?
It does sound distressing, though, you Scarlet.
You should quicken up pace.
Cries for help, but be careful. You don't know the lengths the Wood Elves will go to try to trap us.
But
Or,
you should know that
wild elves.
I'm losing. I've lost the tracks. I've lost sight. The tracks, they disappear.
Kieran is going to cast Circle of Power. Everyone has advantage on spells, saving throws if they're within 30 feet of me.
Triple advantage
No such thing.
now.
Okay, so
Or
as
magical effects.
as you're approaching, the voice starts to sound clearer and clearer, and now Sarathil and Timber can hear the voices clearly talking in Sylvan, contemporary Sylvan dialect. As you would be quietly moving up, Scarlet, you would encounter another situation where you, 6 seconds, your foot drops into a hole, ceramic pot opens up.
More of this shit. Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of like you're
Everybody around
in
it.
like there, but you can see there's a glade, and you're on the outskirts of it by a small pond, and you kind of are like looking into this glade at first, and then you step forward, and then you just go back to the prior position and see
Step
the
this way.
tussled leaves in front of you that would have been the trap.
Watch out for those leaves.
You see there's a massive waterlogged stump in this pond where you can see a wood elf is kind of leaned up against it, crying out for help. You can see he's chained to it. He looks like he's been there for a couple hours based on the cuts on his wrists from pulling at the chains.
I would like to activate Ghost Walk and float my way over there and see if I can help get him out.
Since you can't be surprised, Scarlet, and you have blind sight within 10 feet of you, you're floating above kind of where you can see other tussled leaf areas that may be traps. And there's a moment where you put your hand on a tree, keep moving, and you see a hand grab your wrist. And then you move back 6 seconds as you there. You can see
huck
with
a
your
dagger
blind
at it.
sight the outline of an elven creature. Yeah, you can huck a dagger at it.
I'd like to huck a dagger at it, please.
Everyone roll initiative.
Jesus.
Sean's like, yeah, I've got enough time for a combat.
Okay.
All right.
All right, now, ladies.
Yeah.
I don't know the rest of the song.
Yeah. You know you bad. Yeah.
Wasn't the one I was.
That
going
was
for.
not the song that he was going for.
Wait, what,
But
what
I
did
love
you?
the energy.
Yeah.
What song? What did you? What was
I was going. All right, now, ladies.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's cooler than being cold? Ice cold.
Oh,
I
yeah,
can't
you were.
hear you.
Yeah, I heard a whole different that song.
Yeah, well, you.
Well, actually, it's
heard
not
right.
that. It's not that different.
Shake it, shake it, shake it.
We're gonna get DCMA'd.
Nah, it's fine.
It's more than 10
You know,
seconds.
when I was a youngling, yeah, but we sang it so poorly they won't catch
That's
it.
fair. It's a parody.
When I was a youngling, I
Did your
thought that
father take
they.
you into the city?
Yes, he did actually.
To see a
My-
marching
my
band?
grandparents were from New York City. But no, I used to think that they were saying "shake it like a Polaroid pizza," and I was very confused as to why
The
one
hell
would
is a
shake.
Polaroid
up.
pizza?
You know, something I asked myself many a time.
Amazing.
Until eventually, during karaoke one evening, I was like, "Oh, I now know the lyrics to the song."
Had to see the words.
Yeah.
It is helpful to see the words. There was a
Oh.
song when I was younger. I thought the word was "I will cherish you," but the lyric was "I will cherish you," but I thought it was "cherish you."
I will
Just like-
cherish you. Was that what song was that?
Boo, boo, boo. Shit, I don't know. I can hear. It's the only lyric I can hear.
Yeah.
I will. I literally just started typing. Cherish you. I think it.
Go on, go.
98 degrees.
Okay.
Is that what it is? I will cherish you.
There he is. I will cherish you.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Of course, this is the moment I can't find any of my wild elf.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, you saying you weren't prepared for this?
Tyron.
Kieran!
Whoa!
That's some aggressive clicking.
Click, click.
B, aggressive. B-E, aggressive.
Ooh, I like the lighting on this. That's very cool.
Okay.
Okay/document.
All right. 20 and 25.
28.
What?
22.
28, baby.
21. I got a nat 20.
Wow. Oops, I wrote that wrong. I almost gave Timber Curon's initiative.
That would be disgusting.
How dare you?
Yeah, it would be disgusting. Let's see. What is this? Okay. Timber, what's your dexterity?
It's 5.
All right. Let's do a roll off real quick for me.
Release!
Oh,
I don't like that.
Release.
Oh, Sean.
15. What'd you get?
At 19.
All right, you get to go ahead of whoever just rolled.
Spoilers, it's kosher.
I'm gonna punch him. I'm gonna punch him in the
I'm
face.
gonna punch him.
Punch him.
Okay.
Lots of times. Pop, 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 pop.
I'm gonna tickle him. I'm gonna give him the old tickles. Underneath the armpit.
15 to 19.
Bonus action tickle.
17.
14.
Oh, good job,
That's not
everybody.
between 15 and 19.
Oh, oops. Maybe I got a 16. Hold on, let me check the map. Nah, it was a 14. I'm dumb.
All right.
Sorry, I would have said the same thing. It sounds like it's
Scarlet, you're up first. I'm gonna give you that
Okay.
free dagger attack before your actual turn, though.
Thanks. I rolled a dirty 20.
That will hit.
Wonderful. That's gonna be 6 points of piercing damage plus.
Where's the person?
9, 10, 11, 12. 18 points of sneak attack.
They're in the tree.
So,
And trees.
I'm sorry, how much was the damage?
11 points of piercing plus. Fuck, what did I just add? Oh, dear.
Oh,
I heard
thank-
18
no.
sneak attack.
Yeah, I think I heard 18 also, yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're right. That's right. Yep. So, 29 total.
29 total. Okay.
Yep.
All right, nice. Nice.
Thanks.
And you are up.
Okay.
So you see right next to you is this wild elf. They were blending in completely with the tree. They almost become part of the tree, and then you kind of see their arm was starting to reach out to grab you, and you just cut at it with your dagger, and you see they kind of hiss and move back, and you can now see the camouflage leaves. As you can see these flesh that is like pocked and green in color, you can see just pieces of wood growing off and twigs growing off of their face that have these small pink flowers growing off of them, but like this pale bark. Their eyes look so tired, like hundreds of years of exhaustion on them, and these sharp fangs and these small satyr-like horns that are twistedly growing off their foreheads that are a mixture of chitin and bark, as this clawed hand reaches out that is also kind of made up of chitin and bark with these huge claws on it, as they grabbed at you, and you hucked the dagger on them, but you can attack them now for your actual turn.
All right. I will, free action, say to everybody, look to the trees. And then I will use my bonus action to wake up Isgoth, and then I will use my action to attack this thing in the tree.
Okay, go for it.
The same thing twice. That is going to be 21 to hit.
Mm-hmm. That'll hit.
Okay. And that's going to be... checking something really quick. Once per turn, you can re-roll the piercing damage from an attack. Fuck! This is slashing damage. Alright, never mind. 9 points of slashing damage, plus... Ugh, so many ones. 7, 8, 9, 10... 16 points of sneak attack.
Timber, you're on deck after this.
On the
Plus
deck.
8, 9, 10 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And that's all I can do because I used my bonus action.
So you pull out Isgoth and activate him, and you can just kind of like bring the ooze-covered blade to wrap around. You can see the creature, this ancient wild elf, is becoming lit up by the fire. Not like it's not lit on fire, but the light of the fire is casting this big shadow against the tree. As you can see, just sort of this as it tries to grab at you, but it's Timber's turn, not theirs.
For flavor, I don't know if it's gonna work. For flavor, I just want to rip it out of the tree, but that might have to.
Oh no,
wait.
yeah, that's fine. It kind of comes tumbling out of the tree because it's no longer fused with the tree, and you see as it did scream at you, it does have this like its jaw elongates mummy style as it lets out this wail at you. As its eyes become redder and redder, as if a bloodthirst is coming over him.
So, do I see any other one other than the one that's attacking Scarlet?
What's your passive perception?
It's a 20.
No.
I also yelled to them to look.
You still need to do an action to try to perceive the other ones.
I will not. Instead, I will go for the one that is attacking Scarlet.
Cool.
And I will jump to the trees. I'll grab onto a tree and lift myself up and do an aerial swipe
Nice little.
As it's coming out of the, as I'm pulling it out of the
Yeah,
tree.
as you're pulling it out of the tree, Timber's gonna go.
It does the creature, the wild elf does that mummy-like roar, and then Timber falls on top of them and goes for his attack.
And as it wails, Timber's gonna shove one of its fists in his mouth.
Nice. Love it.
I'm obviously flanking for
Yep.
for actual 32 I think hits.
30 will hit for sure.
For a nice 10 damage, and then while my right fist is in its mouth, I'm gonna sock it in the left with my.
Ooh, how much was the damage again?
Just 10 damage.
Okay.
And then it's another 32.
Hell yeah.
For a whopping 9 damage. And then fuck it. We're gonna do a flurry.
Ooh.
A flurry.
A flurry?
We're gonna flourish.
No.
McFlurry
A McFlurry.
A McFlurry.
of bows.
As I reach in, it was for 25.
Yeah, that'll hit.
For 15 damage, and then my last attack for 29 for 13 damage.
13 damage. How much was the... Wait, what was the first damage?
It was 9, then 8, then 15, then 13.
Okay, so it was the 15 that I was missing. Okay.
Okay. And I'd love to, as my right hand is like, you know, my left hand is punching him multiple times, have my right hand rip out his tongue as I'm, and for also flavor, Timber's in midair this whole time, you know, flanking with Scarlet, and so he's just descending right after this happens.
Oh my god. You monster. You monster. Who's the scary guy here? It's you.
Me.
Okay. All right, so it is barely alive, this thing now, as it's bleeding out like this black blood that has this purple shimmer to it out of its mouth as you've ripped its tongue out. And it is like desperately kind of like holding itself up against the tree, looking at Scarlet. You can see its like eyes are pinpointed on you. As it is not its turn, but someone else's. Kieran, you're on deck. Okay, so let's see wherever. Okay. So, you would hear rustling in the trees, as then the first thing you would see is in the distance, maybe like 100 feet away, maybe a little further than that even. You would hear the sound of that ceramic pot cracking. And then you would see a red light in the distance as a fire erupts over there. And then between the party in the middle of it, you can see where there were those batches of brush. They all start to burst into flames, separating the party by a flaming wall.
Oh.
You can pretend that goes a little further than it does there. But basically there's like a what I would say is a like 60-foot wall of fire now between the two groups. As Timber, an attack is going to come at you from the dark of the trees. That's
Oh, how could you?
wow. even with advantage, rolled 2 2s. So you see this long barb shoots from the treetop and hits the tree next to you, or right behind you, and just sticks in there, this large black barb that then disintegrates into nothing. Second one is going to be a 28 to hit, so that one is going to hit.
As I'm descending.
Yeah, exactly, as you're descending.
Can you catch it?
Oh, you're right. I totally can. Holy
shit.
It is a ranged attack, yeah.
Catch that shit! Deflect it!
I never get to use this.
Monk it up, baby!
It's an amazing ability.
All right, Sean. I think it's Oh, I have to take damage first. So what's the damage?
21 piercing damage.
Okay, so I reduce it by 27, and I'm gonna use a key point
to catch it.
to catch it and huck it back.
Yes.
And I'm gonna huck it. I'm gonna huck it at the guy that I was just punching and Scarlet's fighting.
Which is probably smart. Yeah.
Yes. As I'm going down, I'd love for it to go like through his jaw, and then he just fall off the branch.
Yeah, absolutely. So go ahead and make an attack roll.
I will. I should do that first before describing it.
Yeah.
But
it is a ranged attack, so it would be at disadvantage, but that's canceled out by your flanking, so it's just a straight roll.
Yeah, well, my roll kind of sucks with the 4. With a 15. Wait. Hold on. I'm just gonna add 2 key. I'm gonna add 2 key points to make it a 17.
That'll hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good joke. Oh yeah, in this guy. I mean, how much damage do you deal with that? It's just treated as like a dart, isn't it, or something?
It's treated as a dart, so I think it's 1d4 plus
dex.
Yeah.
Is it a dart or a monk weapon?
Oh, it's your monk weapon. I think
monk weapon. It's a monk weapon.
So it's your monk dice, your martial dice, martial arts dice.
So, and it's not armed, so it's just whoop. Ooh, max damage. So that's a good 13 points.
How do you want to kill this guy?
Hell yeah!
Like I explained it. As Distimber is distimber.
You distimber him.
I distimber him. That is now my official way of killing people.
I think Timber asked the king to make a month under his name called Distember.
Yes.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. As Timber is descending from falling off the branch and getting shot at from multiple angles, he's going to grab that one and then throw it back up. And I'd like to imagine that the Wood Elf looks at Scarlet, and then as he does look at Scarlet, you just watch as a barb just goes right through his jaw up to his brain and then just falls off the branch.
Oh, man. Timber, what you also watch is this barb immediately becomes a black ooze upon hitting a target. And it infects this wild elf's body.
Oh no!
But it does seem.
Is it dead? Or no? We have ooze.
See, it looks dead right now.
Yeah, right now.
Okay. That was they missed their first attack, so that second attack is what they hit you with. Let's go for the third. Misses, because I'm rolling garbage. So you all know the position of this elf now. As you can see, they know that they've been seen. So they drop down from the tree.
That's a cool looking mini.
As you see Koshairn, the Defiant.
Oh shit, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, as you can see, this probably nearly 7 foot tall wild elf, actually probably taller than that, probably a little over 7 feet tall, huge demonic like black horns growing off of the head with this mask over this stag skull mask over his face, bearing this massive glaive in one hand, and then you can see he just goes like this, and a barb appears out of his arm that are these javelins he's throwing at you. Skin is this pocked green covered in Pallid King scrawls and etchings. Armor also covered in those etchings, armor made up of wood and chitin, just like the other one. He has this massive claw in his other hand, though. That's the one the barb is in. As he's just kind of looking forward at you all, walking slowly towards the fight. And you see jumping behind him out from the brush is a displacer beast.
Oh, doggy.
Okay, Kieran, it's your turn.
All right, 2 questions. 1, with a 32 passive perception, do I see any other hiding elves?
Yes. You see at least 2 more. You see one that is to the left of where Kosharon is right now, hiding amongst that kind of spider bush that's coming out.
Okay.
And you see one that's to the right here. In this.
Okay. Next question. How high is the wall of fire?
The wall of fire is 10 feet high.
All right. So from my position here, all right. So I'm going to Twilight Sanctuary for my action, getting that up, and then bonus action Steps to the Night to get me up and over the fire and wait.
Yes.
Am I 20 feet away from the hidden guy to the right by the 2 trees?
Let me see. No, you're more like 50 feet away.
Oh wait, spiritual weapon 60 foot. All right, I'm Twilight Sanctuary, moving up close to the firewall so that I can hopefully get Scarlet and Kaze in that bubble, and then casting spiritual weapon at 6th level, on the hidden wood elf in the trees there.
You said which spiritual weapon you said?
Yes, on the hidden one to the right of
To the right.
Scarlet. Also shouting out to the whole party. There's another one off by that menacing-looking beast to the north, and one over there, Kieran says, as a, magical glaive appears and starts cutting into him.
Oh man, my black box lights don't work. Otherwise, this would be a little bit easier to see. And they ran out of batteries. Okay.
Oh.
So, and you move forward.
Yes, up to the wall of fire, but not quite in it, obviously.
You watch as let's see, who's still behind there? Sarathil and Wiswick. You would notice that as Kieran walks up to the wall of fire, you would see stepping up between the two of you would be Ilyuvanya, who just goes, and Kieran's Twilight Sanctuary now dispels any puts out any fire within it.
Oh, what a G.
That's my girl.
That's my girl.
And for reference, Sean, that was a 24 to hit with the spiritual weapon.
That will hit.
All right, and that is going to deal 20 points of magical force damage.
Hell yeah. As you come walking through the flames, as they disperse, almost absorbed into the twilight night, as then you just kind of wave one hand as the scythe glaive of Ilyuvanya forms and just cuts through, revealing this this wild elf that was fused into the tree, and then kind of like falls forward out of it, revealed. And yeah. Anything else?
Thus ends my turn.
Okay. I gotta stop. I keep looking at the wrong initiative count. All right, Curon's turn is over. It is the Wild Elves' turn that are not Kosharon, and then Sarathil, and then Wiswick. So the Wild Elf that is engaged with the spiritual weapon is going to kind of feel that hit, and then kind of look up, and just viciously start rushing for Curon. And he's going to, first thing he's going to do is bonus action. He's going to use a bonus action Fey Leech on you. Which is not going to hit with a 15.
No.
And then he's going to go for his regular attacks on you with his claws. He's going to do 2 of them, which are a 13 and a 14. I might, Jesus Christ. So that's for his 3 claws, there's a 13, 14, and a 12. So I don't think any of those are going to hit you. That is that Wild Elf's turn. The other one is going to go for an attack on Timber because it doesn't have a line of sight on Scarlet with ranged attacks. First one, 20 to hit you, Timber.
Who?
Remember,
Got it.
you guys have +2 to
Yeah.
your AC.
Oh, then it doesn't hit.
Okay,
Suck
but the second one will hit with a nat 20.
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
I am going to use
you
a
go.
reaction with the Scepter of the First Shepherd to
Cancel the critical.
cancel the critical.
Okay, so it's gonna be a normal damage then. No extra.
I don't know how much damage it would have done normal or extra, but I didn't want to
Would've-
see my good
yeah.
friend.
Okay, so that's gonna be 8, 11.
Praise be to Ilyuvanya.
22 piercing damage.
Oh,
It is magical piercing. And I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw.
You have advantage if it's magical, that is.
Yeah, I'll say it's magical because it's magical poison. Or rot, one might say. What'd you get in the con save? I didn't hear you.
oh, I muted myself as I said it. 20.
Okay, you make the save, so you are only going to take half damage, and you do not suffer the pallid rot.
I'm. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not poison damage.
Okay, all right. Yeah, sorry.
7 necrotic damage.
Oh,
As it's kind of like you see, Timber, you see this this arrow comes out of the darkness, and it hits you in the shoulder, and you can see you like break it off, and then you can kind of see just like growing out of the arrowhead that just kind of melts. You see the wood of the arrow just falls out as this ooze tries to basically infect into your body, and you just very quickly wipe it off and step on it as this thing just like okay. All right, that is the Wild Elves' turn. Sarathil, you are up. Wiswick, you're on deck. Sarathil, you
Alright.
are.
Yeah, I kind of see. And that guy's right next to Curon, giving him a little rustling.
Yep.
We're good friends.
So I'm gonna, yeah, you're good friends with him. Sure. Yeah, he's looking real tree-like, so I'm gonna cast Blight on him. I know it's probably not gonna help, but you know what? I just want to do it.
Go for it. Oh wait, is that a saving throw?
Yeah, Constitution saving throw.
Okay. 23.
Just makes it.
Oh no. But they take half damage, right?
Yeah, I'll take. Yes. Yep. So bang. 43 necrotic damage, so half that is 21.
21 necrotic damage. Okay.
Are they plant creatures?
They are, but they're made of rot, so
Yeah,
it's not. They're not affected in that same way, but they are not resistant to necrotic damage.
That's good.
So, okay, all right. As you can see, like these, they're very ghoulish in the way they fight. They are like running. When that one ran towards Curon, it was like it got down on all fours and kind of pushed itself forward like a wolf, tackling into him to attack him. So when they get attacked, they start to almost get into a frenzy-like state. Yeah.
Given that me and Kaze saw some of these wild elves, do any of them look like they're from a specific tribe?
No, these ones look different from the ones in the in the forest. So the ones in the forest were very much like, these look like if you did a like really fucked up Pokemon evolution of the ones you saw in the forest, where the ones you saw in the forest were much more akin to wood elves, whereas these are much more like if you combined an aberration, a fiend, and a fae into one creature.
Disgusting.
Okay. Anything else, Sarathil?
I'll move up a little bit.
Okay.
I'll get kind of like in between where I was standing and where Huron is now.
21 temp HP to you, my friend.
Yeah, get inside that circle.
All right. Wiswick, you are up.
Get inside my circle.
Scarlet, you're on deck.
Can I get within 60 feet of Kosharon?
Let me check.
I have a magic flying carpet.
So if you move your full movement forward, Kosharon will still be 70 feet away from you. So he's 95 feet away from you.
Okay, I'd like to move behind Sarathil.
Mm-hmm.
And
Nice and safe.
I would also like to cast some attacks on the other elves.
Okay. Yeah, you got the one in front of you that's attacking Curon. The other one you don't have eyes on, but you know what direction it's in.
Okay.
And that one's also as far back as Kosharon. So it's about 85 feet away.
85 feet away?
Yeah, because you moved up 10 feet to behind Sarathil.
But I don't have visual confirmation on
No.
the second one.
No, you just know its general area.
How close am I to Kosharon again?
85.
85. Okay,
Mhm.
so I'm going to use Tasha's Mind Whip. I'm going to cast it on the one in front of me and Kosharon at 3rd level.
Okay.
So it's 2 targets.
You got it. That's what kind of save is that?
Whatever I want. So let's
Exactly.
say intelligence. What
Okay.
it normally is.
Okay, Kosharon got a 21.
Can I
And
make him
then-
re-roll that with a luck point? Is that a thing?
Is that a thing? I always forget if that's how lucky works.
I think it's when it's
think it's an attack
whenever
on
you
you,
make an
can.
attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw, or when an attack roll is made against you. So no, I can't.
Okay. Okay. And the other one got just a 20.
Okay. So the 20 doesn't. I got a 20. I have a 21.
Okay, so the 20 fails. So the one in front of you fails the save. Bosharon makes the save.
Okay. Is there any half damage or yeah, it's half damage and none of the other effects.
Okay.
So I'm gonna roll 3d6. I got 7 damage for both of them, half for Koshan, and the one that failed takes the full 7 and can only do a move, action, or bonus action next turn.
Okay. And you said how much was the damage again? You said
7.
7?
Psychic.
Psychic, okay. And Kosharon takes half, okay. All right. And what does Tasha's Mind Whip look like from Wiswick?
It literally, I think, it's the sort of thing that, his veins glow up with that orange, light, and a literal whip comes out of his, hands, and it's the sort of thing that it doesn't actually, like, hit them when he swings it, but he swings it in, like, their general direction, and then you just see, like, a wrap of the same amber colored light like surround their head like a debuff.
Nice.
And you just see it like veins pop in their in their heads like they're struggling.
Love it. I love it. As you see, Kosharon shakes this off, and then at the end of Wiswick's turn, you see he holds the glaive up, pointing it towards Kaze, who's the person who you can see best, as another attack comes out from the darkness there, as he's using a legendary action to command his ally to attack.
Wiswick, you get 22 temporary hit points.
It's a 25 to hit, Kaze.
Repeat after me.
For
Ow.
22 piercing damage.
Ow.
And I need you to give me that con saving throw again.
Wait, who's doing this?
It's the hidden enemy that's attacking him.
Okay, so I lost 22 health, which was all of my temp hit points.
No, that wasn't you.
No,
that was
that
on,
was-
24,
Okay.
Sean.
that was on Timber, not you. Good. That saves, so you're just gonna take half damage, which is so halved. You'll take 6 necrotic. That's already
Okay.
halved. And you do not get affected by the Pallid Rot arrows. Okay. Scarlet, you are up. Timber, you're on deck, and then Kosharon.
Alright, at the start of my turn, I would like to spend 1 charge to increase the reach on Prongs of the Black.
Mhm.
So now it's 20 feet. Use my bonus action to Rajay. And then I want to move... How far away from Koshian am I?
feet.
Okay. I'm 50 feet. Alright, so then I need to move my full 30, so then I can still reach him with my sword. So I'll move 30, and then I will attack him with Prongs of the Black. Same fucking roll. 25 to hit.
That'll just hit. No, it'll hit.
Alright, that's gonna be 8 points of slashing damage. Nope, sorry, 12 points of slashing damage. Um, 15 points of fire damage. So that's 27 total so far.
So far, 27 total. Okay.
Yeah. 18, 24, 28, 30 points of sneak attack damage.
57 total.
Yep. 57 total.
He's gonna use his he's gonna use his might of the general reaction to halve that damage.
No. How dare you? Shannon just did a really good thing. Don't take this away from her.
Could you imagine if this was just
Stefan.
always the argument that would get me and be like, fine.
Correct,
No reaction
fine.
from the bosses.
All right. That's all I
All
can
right,
do.
so
Wait, does the boss
Oh, wait.
even get a reaction?
Wait. Plus
the boss did
3.
not fail
Wait,
his saving throw on that. It was the other
Oh,
guy did.
okay.
I forget. Do I get to add my rage damage?
Uh,
Well, no. Well,
no.
we keep going back and forth on this because it's not a strength weapon.
Yeah, no,
But you
you
said
don't.
I could use Dex, but I don't know if we actually meant that.
Well, no.
What's it? +2?
Fine.
Yeah.
I'll take
It
the
is
plus
plus
2 since I
2,
took
so
since I
take-
took
Which
28
would be
damage away
plus
from
Plus
you.
one.
1.
Oh yeah, okay. You know
Yeah.
what? Yeah, we'll be we're Shannon. We're cool with you using rage
We're
damage
cool.
from now on.
Great. Thanks, Sean.
You could write it down for those last 2 more sessions.
I'm clipping it so that it will live on in
Because I took away
posterity.
28 damage from you.
Yeah. How dare you?
But
that's all
basically
I got.
the prongs go and strike at him, and you can see you still deal damage, but you see for a moment he catches Isgoth in his glaive, almost like, and then for a moment you're both fighting for it, and then you pull it back, and he absorbs only half the damage. As he stares at you, you can see the eyes kind of glow underneath the stag skull, and you can see kind of like this mist comes off of them. This
Mine
green
glow
light.
too, because I have a frightening presence. So I give it right back.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Scarlet?
No, that's all I can do.
All right, Timber, you are up. You've got one guy behind you engaged with Curon, and then you have Scarlet, who's up above and engaged with Kosharon and the Displacer Beast.
So
You've been like most of these combats, the guy getting hit with all the damage.
yeah, I'm a tank.
The reluctant
No.
tank.
Yeah. No, Timber's actually going to do the opposite of being a tank right now. Seeing the threat and who it is, he's going to Hexblade Curse Kosharon.
Ooh.
And then with the rest of his turn, he's going to take out his duck into some brush nearby, activate his Chronosphere with his main action, and with his hasted action, he's going to take out and use object on his Aeon Spike, and oh my god, come on, Alex. Mercurial Shroud to give myself a little bit of a mirror image, and then I'm gonna run away.
Okay, where do you want to run away to?
Well, I'm going to anime run.
Yep, obviously.
Got
Got some trees you can run to. You got.
I just
run
want
into
cover.
the fire.
Honestly,
Remember, if you stay within 30 feet of me, you get temp HP and +2 to your AC.
I mean, you can rush
Alright.
forward and just get cover behind that tree right in front of you.
yeah, I think I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a couple of laps around it with my 130 feet.
You just. You got so much energy to burn off. You're just like.
Got the zoomies.
Uh-oh. It
Timber's
always
got the
happens in the middle of
zoomies.
combat. Timber gets the zoomies. All right, so Timber, you currently have cover from the range attacks.
Sweet.
Anything else
Thank
on
you.
your turn?
I don't think I can do anything else, so
Okay.
I'm good. Thank you.
22 temp HP.
Ooh, you're the best. Better than ever.
All right, at the end of your turn, Kosharon's going to use another one of his legendary actions to do another command ally. to have the archer in the dark attack Scarlet. They are not going to have their advantage because you are a foresight still. So, but that'll...
I'm also a ghost. So double disadvantage.
Not a thing.
I am a very, very transparent
It's very
ghost.
helpful, though. Does a 17 hit?
Nope.
Okay, then legendary action did nothing.
Woo!
But he just got all his legendary actions back because it's his turn. He's going to look at you, Scarlet. He's going to do several of his attacks on you.
Oh, several. We don't even get a number for that.
He has a lot of attacks.
Oh dear.
Is he just range attacking?
Right now he is, and we'll see what happens after if those miss. All right. First one is.
He should have disadvantage on all of these.
Yep. And that's why he got a 14.
Nope. That's one.
I hate this so much. It's another
It's two.
14.
Nope.
Okay, so that's his 2 range attacks. He's now going to rush forward.
Okay.
Melee attacks.
Is he gonna anime run?
Does he have jet boosters on his feet?
And he's gonna. And you see at the exact same time that he rushes forward, you see his displacer beast is going to use Misty Step and appear behind you.
No.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Sean's like, fuck you guys.
And he's standing above you right now. Scarlet's 7'5", we'll say. I said a little over 7 feet. Has his massive glaive, and he's going to hold it up. But before he does that, the Displacer Beast is going to attack you. It does have... has a regular attack, not advantage, because its flanking is displaced by your...
Yep.
your stuff.
It's displaced because it's a displacer beast.
For anyone who's seen none of you've really seen a displacer beast before, but this is clearly a stronger one than you saw them in the Home for Wayward Fae, and they were much smaller than this one. And just before anyone gets at me in the comments about how strong it is. So that's a 28 to hit you, Scarlet.
Yep, I'm going to use my reaction to spend 2 charges for Molten Retaliation, so both of them are going to take 4d8 fire damage.
Oh, yeah?
21 points fire damage for both of them.
Woo!
Okay. Hell
That's
yeah.
the only time I can do that, though.
You're gonna take 20 points of bludgeoning damage, and 8 points of piercing damage from the tentacle.
What was the first one? Was 20?
20, yes. 20 bludgeoning.
Yep.
And then 8 piercing.
Yep.
And you are considered grappled by the displacer beast as its tentacles wrap around you.
Can I be grappled as a ghostie? It doesn't say I can't, so I guess so.
And Koshiran's gonna go for his attacks on you.
Damn it.
First one still misses even if without his disadvantage with a 15.
Woo!
Yeah.
Second one is a natural 20.
Ah.
Oh!
Sean, I'd like to use a reaction to burn some gemstones and prevent some of that damage.
Nice.
Okay.
I'll
Hell
get my
yeah.
reaction back. Otherwise, I would.
I'll let you know what I roll.
Okay. Let me...
Wait. Oh no, never mind. Sorry.
Hey. So mad.
So Shannon, that's going to be 66 magical bludgeoning damage. I'm sorry, slashing damage. Magical
It all
slashing.
gets negated because I rolled a 68. I really wanted that 69 though.
So
you can negate 68 points of damage.
Wow.
A giant stone golem shoots up in between the two, and he shatters it into a million pieces.
Exactly. That is exactly what happens.
Very cool.
But he's got more attacks on you.
Jesus. I lost count.
29.
Yep.
He has a total of 5 attacks. 2 ranged and 3 melee.
Okay.
My God, if that Tasha's whip hit him.
I know.
That would have been nice.
I'm very glad I raged.
These are magical.
Is it non-magical?
Actually, if it doesn't say not magical, then I don't. Oh,
It just
shit, I
says
just lost
resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. Doesn't say non-magical.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I lost count of this roll.
That's my fault for talking while you're counting.
My brain just shut off entirely. Okay, sorry, that's 34 slashing damage. And that's the end of his turn. Kieran, you are up.
Okay. My spiritual weapon, is that within 20 feet of the guy that's engaged with me?
Yes.
Alright, gonna move it up and make an attack with that for bonus action first.
Okay, go for it.
For a 26 to hit.
26 hits.
Alright. Oof. Core showing 15 magical force damage.
Alright, it's still up.
Alright.
Oh, shit.
What?
I forgot to do something on Koshin's turn. Forgot that he can rage also.
Oh, fancy that. Fuck. Alright, I'm going to... Alright, 4th level inflict wounds on this guy.
Okay, go for it. Is that an attack roll or a saving throw?
Attack roll for a 30 to hit.
Yeah, I think that'll get him.
For 35 points of necrotic.
35. Okay. He is still up, but he's looking incredibly rough. Like very, very.
All right,
rough.
is this the guy that Wiswick mind whipped and doesn't have reactions?
Correct.
Can I move up closer?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Can I get both Scarlet and Wiswick in my 30-foot?
Let me check.
And if not, prioritize Scarlet.
Yeah, you have to choose one of them. Which one did you say you'd prioritize?
Scarlet.
Okay.
Thanks, Kieran.
Yeah, well, you're the one that really, really, really needs the help.
What?
I mean, you're doing the right thing.
Wow.
But I'm just saying, you're the one that is taking a lot of damage and needs assistance.
I'm fine. But
Okay.
yes,
All right.
we
No.
appreciate
Let's
it.
go back to.
No.
Okay.
And that ends my turn. Thank you.
Okay. It is the Wild Elves' turn.
Wild elf.
Wild elves.
You make my.
Okay.
Elf.
Oh, he can't move.
What a schmuck.
That's right. Alright, well, he's gonna have to just use his ranged attack, but he can only do one. Okay. Alright, he's gonna go for Wiswick.
Do I get 10 HP, Kieran?
Not until the end of your turn.
End of the turn. Got it.
Alright, Wiswick does a 24 hit.
Yeah, but re-roll it, please.
You got it, boss. It's higher. 25.
All right, I'll take the 24.
Okay. Alright, so that is... I'm sorry, that's the wrong dice. Alright. That is going to be 20 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
As you see, the wood elf raises a hand up desperately. It's almost like on the ground right now with the whip still around its neck. As it raises a hand, and you can see it starts to drain life force from Wiswick to its hand. As you can see, some of its wounds do begin to heal a little bit. Not a lot. As it Fey leeched Wiswick. Okay. The other elf is going to go for some arrow attacks. On, probably on Scarlet. She's not here. Okay. I will roll.
Here, I'm here. I mean, you can choose somebody else. It's totally fine.
No, I'm gonna shoot you. Is it 29 hit?
Yeah, it does.
Second one is not gonna hit.
Were these
17.
at disadvantage? Well, actually, I guess it'd be advantage because I'm grappled, right? Or a straight roll. No, it doesn't.
No, it's
no.
ranged, so they would still be at disadvantage, I believe. Because grapple doesn't give advantage.
No, it doesn't. That's incapacitate.
Oh,
Or
no.
Not incapacitate. Yeah,
Which is why I'm doing this. No, it's they're straight rolls actually, because they have pack tactics.
tactics.
But the second one misses. First one
Okay.
hits. Where's my? There it is. All right, so it's going to be. 22 piercing damage. And then give me a Constitution saving throw.
Mhm. 22.
Okay, so you made it so it's half damage on the necrotic damage, and you don't get infected by the Pallid Rot. So
I'm
that's
already resistant to necrotic, so it's quartered.
yeah. So you'll take 3 damage total.
Ow!
Okay. It's the end of the Wild Elves' turn. Sarathil, you are up, and then Wiswick's on deck.
I'm gonna go get some pickles. I'll be right back.
I guess I'll still go after the one that's closest to me.
Just realized I can take the head of the tree off, so we can actually see through it.
The guy that's closest to me that
Yep.
I attacked before.
Did you attack him before?
Yeah, I blighted him before.
Yes. I thought you were asking.
No, I was saying that's who I want to target again.
Yep.
And
Yeah, you can go for it.
I will this time. I'll just blight him again. I'm another blight. Another blight.
Another
Oh,
blight?
Blighty boy.
But I'll take level 5 blight.
Ooh. Okay.
It's pretty cheeky.
That's a 20, a dirty 20.
That doesn't make it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll damage.
41 points of necrotic damage.
Yeah, how do you want to kill this guy?
Yes.
Yeah, because he had 35 HP left, so you completely took it all out. That's how the game worked.
That's how it works. It'll have to be where like. I mean, he's like completely rotting. So I like to imagine like it just like overboils of rot that's like within him. He just kind of like inflates a bit, but then all of a sudden just like starts deteriorating. And goop
Absolutely.
starts dripping out of his body.
You liquefy this wild elf. All right. Nice job.
And I'll move closer. I'll move my full movement.
Full movement closer, so 35 feet. Do you want to join Timber behind that tree?
Actually, no, I don't want to get up next to anybody. I don't want to like bunch together. I'll move
Yeah.
my full movement
Round to
towards
the
that
other tree?
other tree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'd say from that spot you'd have half cover. If you wanted to dip behind the tree, you can get full cover. You'll just have to come out of cover to attack.
Oh. No, I'll do half cover.
Okay. All
23
right.
temp HP.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Okay. At the end of your turn, Koshin is going to use a legendary action now that he has his legendary action back. Let's see. That 30. Just Huron and Scarlet get hit by this. Basically,
What is this?
it's an attack. So he's going to use his legendary action to do a Steel Wind Strike on Scarlet and Huron. So he basically flourishes his weapon, and then he vanishes for a moment.
Good spell.
And then appears behind Huron and goes for an attack on him. And then appears behind Scarlet and goes for an attack on her.
Ooh, I like this.
Huron, that's a 29 to hit.
Yeah.
And then Scarlet, it's a 22.
Yep.
Okay. Roll some damage. Fun spell.
Wait, is this a? Oh, never mind.
It's not.
It's
It's
very
it's
fun spell.
it's using a spell to do an
Yes.
attack. That's a legendary action. But for you, Huron, I rolled pretty low on these dice. It's only 23 force damage. Scarlet, I rolled 47 force damage on yours.
But I already used my
Holy
reaction.
crap.
Can I use a reaction to minimize?
Yes, because your turn had already come up, so
Yes.
you have your reaction back. Yes,
Alright,
you can.
So I'm gonna use a reaction to reduce that by 46.
For
Not as
all
good
six.
as
For
Wiswick.
D6.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry.
So
Uh,
what was it? 47.
15 off of that.
That helps.
Yeah.
That helps.
That does help.
Everything
Thank you.
helped.
Everything helps. Oh no, I'm below 100, guys.
What's
Okay.
your max?
170.
That's
Good God.
Bloodied.
that was a
90
legendary
feet.
action after Sarathil's turn, right? Yes, because he just killed that other guy. So Wiswick, you're up.
Okay, how many people are in visual range?
You have Kosharon within visual range.
I can't see any other elves.
Yep, they are still hidden in the forest.
Do I have a general idea of where they are?
Yeah, you have a general idea. If you wanted to do an
If I
area of
have a-
effect thing.
Yeah, if I have a general idea, are they like... How much distance would you say is that area that I think they're in?
So they're about like probably maybe 20 to 30 feet behind Kosharon somewhere.
20 to 30 feet behind Koshan.
Yeah, maybe to the left.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go with the widest range spell that I know. We're gonna go with, I'm gonna use a bonus action to channel my, Nerf spirit to pick a spell, that, I don't know. We're gonna cast Freezing Sphere. Uh,
Oh.
the range is 300 feet. It's a 60 feet sphere, Sean.
Okay.
So I'm targeting Kosharon at the tip of it, and then the rest of the 60 feet distance is gonna go to his left.
Okay. I see. So catching that area behind and to the left.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna hit
think of-
You're gonna hit them. Yeah, you're definitely gonna hit them.
Okay,
Wha-
wonderful. And we're gonna, normally it's a Constitution saving throw, but I think I'm going to modify the spell, and we're gonna do a Strength saving throw, because normally, it's a teeny tiny spear that explodes into a million different shards. This time it's just one big fucking spear that's just dropping right on them, and I gotta worry about getting crushed.
Okay, so strength saving throw. Let's see, where's Kosharon's? Okay. All right, Kosharon makes his save with a 25. The other one is probably... The other one gets a dirty 20, which I don't think saves.
Dirty 20 does not save.
Okay, so Kosharon made his save. The archer in the woods did not make their save.
Okay, well, here's the damage. That's 29 cold damage, Sean.
Whew. Is that halved for the save?
That is correct.
Okay.
And if they have any water near them, it freezes. If that matters.
I mean, not in a way that hurts them or something, but there is that big area of water, so you would see the pond starts to freeze there.
Oh, no, it freezes solid. Like, it's ice now. Like, things that were in it are trapped now.
Okay, excellent. Well, they're not in the water, so.
But that person that was crying for help is...
They're not in the water, they're on the stump, the waterlogged stump. Well, the log is waterlogged. The log is waterlogged, so like the log is frozen, and they are getting a nasty ice burn. Their butt's getting real icy, as you would hear them shouting for help with their icy butt.
I think that's it.
Okay.
I used a bonus action to pick that spell. I guess I'm gonna move.
Okay. Do you want to move closer to Kieran? You just need to move 5 feet forward to get into the.
Yes, come into my circle.
I want to join the circle of happiness.
Do you want to move forward further in case Kieran moves?
I'll just take the temp HP that I got. If I gotta move again next turn, I'll move.
Okay. All right, back to the top with Scarlet.
Okay. I want to attempt to break the grapple that this displacer beast
Okay,
has
give me an
on me.
acrobatics or athletics check.
Acrobatics. God, advantage. 25.
Where's it? Okay, strength. Yeah, that. That makes it. You're able to. You can use the rage out of that. That uses your
Excellent.
action.
Yeah, bonus action disengage, and I'm backing the fuck up.
Okay, how far?
We'll go so I'm in line with the tree.
Like right next to it?
Yeah, like the tree stump. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Perfect. Oh, that's a cool shot.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's it. That's all I can do.
All right, Timber, you are up.
Not flanking with them anymore, right?
No, not anymore.
Alright. I'm gonna run up and punch this stupid dog.
Displacer beasts look more like cats.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna punch his cat then. I'm gonna punch it.
Do a little hoppy boop over Kieran's head. grab onto a branch and just boop Kieran as you leap over to attack the Displacer
Ow.
beast.
Oh no. It's a nice little like slow motion like grace of the cheek.
As you see four Timbers do it all to you at once because he's in his mirror image mode.
Yeah.
Kieran's had this dream before.
And Kaze's the one that gave it to him.
23 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And it is 15 points of damage.
Oh yeah.
Going for a second attack. Ooh, baby!
Nat 20?
That's a nat 20.
Hell yeah. There we go.
For 20 points of damage. I'm gonna just pump a stunning strike into this thing.
Hell yeah. Con save, right?
Con save DC 18.
Hell yeah. Oops, I'm looking at the wrong character sheet.
And I will consume
It's
one
too
more
powerful.
key point to do a flurry.
That is a what is
Flurry
it?
furiously.
Oh, it's a 17. So yeah, it is.
Ooh!
It's
It
stunned.
is stunned. Should have led with that. Now I have advantage.
Yeah, you know what advantage means while Mercurial Shroud's up.
Oh, yeah, it does. Okay, so that's I think those are both going to hit.
What are they?
It's both a 31 and a 25.
Yeah, those both hit. So just for everyone's reference, when he has Mercurial Shroud up, which gives him the mirror image, if he has advantage on the attacks, if both hit, both D20s hit, they both hit, and he does 2 attacks. One of the mirrors attacks in addition to him.
Yes. So that's a 29 points of damage. It's a 15 and a 14. And then my second attack is a 23 and a 27.
Those will both hit.
Okay. That's 23 damage right there.
Hell yeah, dude.
And I'm gonna run away. Back to the tree.
So you just dealt a total of like 60 something damage. Actually, more than that.
You're
dealt
muted.
Muted.
you dealt more
Hey,
than
I have
that.
I have a hasted action. I totally forgot about.
So go ahead and deal some more damage to this thing.
I think I'm going to, and I'm gonna make it a key rupture. Oh, this is probably not gonna hit. A 19.
19 will hit.
How about an 18?
An 18 will just hit.
Oh my god. Actually, wait, no. This is a feature, not an unarmed strike. Do these both hit? Like a key rupture. This is up to you.
What say that again?
So
it's
I'm
a
using the
feature.
ability, yeah, the key rupture.
Okay, yeah. So that's giving you another attack. Or are you using it on your hasted action?
This is my hasted action. This is
Yes.
one attack. I hit with both attacks as per Mercurial Shroud. They both hit, but is one just a hit and then one is the key rupture, or are they both key ruptures?
No, only the top one is key ruptured.
Okay, all right, cool. Thank you. All right, that's all.
That's a good question.
Okay, so I'm gonna first do the damage of both of them.
Oh yeah.
Oh, not that much. 11 and a 9, so that's 20 points of bludgeoning damage. And then we have
He's wild.
And then we have
coming at this
20
cat.
And then we have 20 points of force damage.
20 points of force damage.
As there's like little certain points of the cat's body that just starts to go. It's just like little blood like splurts just come out.
Yeah.
I don't know. And after the last swipe, Timber's just gonna run away.
Microphone unplugged itself. This thing is very close to death.
18 temp HP.
Do you want to run to where you were before, Timber?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh yeah, it's stunned, so it can't attack you.
And also,
Holy
I
shit.
have mobile, so
That's right. I forgot you took that. It's like you guys are level 17 or something.
Almost.
Okay. Anything else, Timber?
No, sir.
All right. Go, Sharon. Kosharon is going to use a legendary action at the end of Timber's turn to spend a gambit point to make a leaping, vaulting attack on Curon.
No, don't do that.
So let's see. Launches himself in the air towards an enemy to strike. Deals an additional damage equal to how high they go. The attack. Curon, does a 24 hit?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, so basically what you see is Kosharon takes kind of like a step back and then grabs his glaive and uses it to vault himself upward, bringing a crashing blow down onto Curon. So it's going to deal its normal. What'd you say?
Where did he learn that?
he learned that from one of his father's friends. Right.
What a god.
Okay. So that's an additional. Okay, so that is 42 points of slashing damage to you, Curon.
Is that magical or not?
Yeah, it is magical. As he comes crashing down on you, and is brings it down on you, and you need to give me a strength saving throw.
23.
23. You do not get knocked prone. But now it's on his turn, and Curon, you being one of the taller members of the group, can stare more closely into his eyes, but they are still above you, as he is going to go for his melee attacks on you. But first he's going to rage.
No.
Where's the counter rage?
There's only room for one barbarian right now.
Counter rage. It's where you sing him a lullaby. Alright, Curon. First one's a 24 to hit.
Hit.
Second one is a 16. I don't think that'll hit.
No.
Then 19 is the next one.
No.
Okay, so just the first one hits. Okay. Jesus. Oh. Ooh.
You realize it was 5 attacks, Sean?
No, I realize he has great weapon fighting.
Oh, that's very
Reroll.
good.
The ones.
That is.
But he just missed twice. Is he really gonna risk using greater weapon fighting?
No, not he is great weapon master or great weapon fighting, not great weapon
He
master.
gets to re-roll 1s and 2s.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Uh, 37 slashing damage on that.
Magical.
Magical, yes. And then and he's gonna do 2 disadvantaged ranged attacks. 15 doesn't hit.
Is he attacking me?
Yeah, he's the only one he can really
Oh.
see. I mean, Kaze, he'd have half cover on. Scarlet's full cover, unless he moved out of your range, which he's not going to. So, just 2 range attacks miss you. He's just bringing this big glaive down, and I imagine you have the scepter, and you're trying to kind of block the attacks, but they're still scraping against the glass titan armor, as then these 2 spines come out of his hand to shoot out at you, but they both hit the ground or just both bounce off of the armor as he's standing over you. He already used his bonus action, so that is the end of his turn. So Curon, you're up now, and he's right on top of you.
All right. Luckily, I saved my concentration, so circle power's still up. Okay, he's right on me. All right. 8th level. Inflict wounds.
Ooh.
Nice. For a 31 to hit.
That'll definitely hit.
60 points of necrotic damage.
Shit. That is a lot. I would even say that, like, he doesn't, like, this is not mechanical, but like that, like, the confidence that he came forward with, like, he is brought to one knee for a moment as you kind of just grab at his arm and just surging this twilight necrotic damage into his body. Even the rage can't keep him on his feet in this moment.
Doing this damage, Curon, like lowering him a little, looks into his eyes and goes, "You worship the rot, and for that you will join the rot." And then 20-foot movement speed for that spirit weapon, enough to get up engaged with Kosharon.
Just enough.
Hell yeah, bro. Another 31 to hit.
That will hit.
For 13. Ugh. Force damage.
Okay. As your spiritual weapon comes up and kind of sinks into his side, you can see. Oh, no, that's force damage. Yeah, he's not. Sinks into his side. You can see kind of that black blood kind of comes down from his lip a little bit as he smiles at you. Then.
You're not coming through.
God, everything is broken. God.
Like my soul.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. For it. He just looks up at you and just says, "You know nothing of the rot." And is going to command his Displacer Beast to attack you because it didn't attack on its turn.
Is that a reaction or
No, this one is just oh, you're right, it's stunned, so I had to make the save for it on the end of its turn. Right? Or no, it's stunned until the top of your turn.
Until top of my turn.
Mixing up all the different stunning attacks.
Oh, good.
So no, then he's not going to do that. Instead, he's just going to use his legendary action at the end of your turn to make an attack on you.
Okay, cool. So I get my temp HP.
Yeah, you get your temp HP. I think a 29 will hit.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold Love it when you re-roll the 1 and or you re-roll the 2 and it becomes a 1. It's always the great feeling.
Yeah. Gods surely have smiled upon you this day. Not. Right.
27 magical slashing.
Dope.
And that was at the end of your turn, so it is the Wild Elf's turn in the woods. But you all would see a really big bright light from the woods out there as this Wild Elf's body just goes flying out of the trees and just mangled lands in the middle of all of you. As you see, just kind of gently walking out of the bush line is just Ilyavanya in her new boots, just kind of stomping out, and just kind of doesn't really know how to celebrate this. She doesn't know what the term "how do you want to do this" means. She just looks and does see Curon in some trouble, not a lot of trouble, but some trouble.
Curon just gives it a thumbs up.
Gives her a thumbs up. Excellent.
As he gets smacked.
All right, Sarathil, you're up. Wiswick, you're on deck.
Yeah, not Kiran, sorry. Kushirn.
Kushirn.
Time to meet your father. As how's he looking? He's probably got some vitality to him.
He does, but he does look like he's actually pretty bloodied. That last round, Curon did deal like
73.
Yeah, 73 damage to him. So that got him into the bloodied area.
Oof. And I'm gonna finger him.
Ooh.
Go for it.
Bam. Did it. Con saving throw.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's a saving throw. Okay. That is a 25.
Damn. What a jerk. Alright, takes half damage. Yeah. Yeah. And it is 58 necrotic damage, which is half to
29.
29, yep, math.
Oh, man. He is definitely looking rough. But he is still up. Alright. As that necrotic energy comes flowing from Sarathil's finger into the body of Oshern as he shudders at the necrotic damage that he just took. You taint the spell every time you describe it that way. As you're going to finger him. Taint. Anyway, it's Wiswick's turn.
Nice. Way to keep it going.
Let me...
You know what? I'm feeling spicy. We're going with the, we're gonna use a bonus action, pick a spell that's not on my list, prepared for the day. It's in my spell book, though. So that's my other ability. And I'm gonna go with... I'm gonna go with Prismatic Spray, because I've never cast the spell in my entire life.
It's a good one.
Okay, we're gonna make it a, let's do an intelligence saving throw, please. Blinded by the light.
Sure. It's a 21.
That just makes it.
Alright, so is it, well, I guess it depends on what the effect is, or is it automatic?
Well, let me roll a d8.
Oh, yeah, you got it. Yeah, the d8 will determine it.
Doodaloo. I rolled an 8!
Struck
That
by
means
2
I get
rays.
the weird one.
means that it's struck by 2, so you reroll again.
Let's go. I rolled a 5.
Ooh,
Do I roll
10d6
2?
cold damage, and then yeah, you do roll another one.
Okay, another one. All right. A 4.
All right, so you're gonna deal 10d6 cold damage, and you're also gonna deal 10d6 poison damage.
Cool.
He did succeed, so it is gonna be half damage for both of them.
All right. Should I roll them separately or?
You roll them
together?
separately. So roll the
Okay.
cold damage first, so 10d6.
This is cold. I got 34.
Okay.
And this is poison. I got 37.
Okay. So the poison doesn't deal as much as you would expect.
And can I burn a first level spell slot and add a 2d10 to that? Because I forgot I had that ability.
Yes, you can.
Woohoo! A good old extra 4 damage.
4 damage.
Can you roll a 1 and a 3 or 2 2s?
Yeah, I rolled a 1 and a 3.
He's looking pretty rough at this point. All right, that's the end of Wiswick's turn.
Am I still in the puddle of goodness?
You are still in the puddle of goodness, so once Stefan's back, he can roll that for you.
Okay, great.
Scarlet, you're up.
Okie dokie. Can I get flanking with Kieran? Actually, I don't really need it because I already
Yeah,
have
you have
advantage.
foresight. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll step out a little bit so I can get a good shot. Yeah, that's fine. Well, I have my weapon is reach, so I don't want to be like right up on top of him.
Okay.
That doesn't give me disadvantage, right? Though, if I'm
No, because you have. No, because it's not a ranged attack.
all right. So I'm going to. Yep. Hit him with prongs. Hopefully, that's cocked. Same roll twice. Pretty sure that's gonna hit. That's gonna be a 30. to hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so that's gonna be 11 points of slashing damage, plus 16 points of fire damage, plus 6, 10, 16, 25 points of sneak attack damage. And then I want to use my whales.
How do you want to do this?
Um,
And if you want to use the whales from the grave on the displacer beast, you
that's
can.
That's
Yeah.
what I was gonna
How
do.
do you want to do that? Because it had 2 HP left. After Curon,
boy.
after Timber dealt 127
Jeez.
damage to it.
Fucking Christ! All right. So I want the prongs to wrap around Kosher and his torso, and I just want to like pull it through and pull him down at the same time, and then as it's unraveling, just kind of smack the displacer beast.
Sure, yeah. So as you kind of come up, I imagine he's engaged with Curon, who dealt a bunch of damage to him, and then out of the other side came Sarathil, dealing even more damage as he was trying to bring Curon down as hard as he could with the glaive. And I imagine you kind of do a quick little anime run around and then kind of whip out the prongs of the black, which kind of takes a cut off of his back, and you see the splintering chitin and wood coming off, and then it comes sweeping down and wraps around his neck and twists and cuts at his throat as the last of the fire and necrotic energy of your blade goes, and it just kind of flashes and flares out to burn up the displacer beast.
Yeah, you made it sound a lot cooler.
As Kosharon drops down to his knees in front of Huron, kind of in the death throes there, as he starts to cough up blood. And the eyes start to go dark as he's staring up at you, Huron, and then to everyone around you, as he's just kind of last seconds of his life. And his eyes go dark.
Sean, good question for you.
Mm-hmm.
How's Lou reacting to Timber seeing Koshin?
Oh, that's a really good point. That I completely forgot about.
Yeah, it was like a.
We're gonna have to save that till next week because it's 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
And we're later than I obviously intended to go. All right. Thank you, folks, for joining us and sticking around late. For those of you who did, we're gonna send a raid on over to someone right now. Let's see who's around. We'll send a raid on over to Stefan's house.
Bye, Stefan.
No, we're gonna
Hi,
raid total.
come hang
We're gonna
out.
raid total party chill.
Oh, they're fun. I like
And so go ahead and give them some love from us in Paradise. Thanks for hanging out with us for some combat and some other shit and shenanigans. Join us throughout the week for some shenanigans. And join us for some other programming throughout the week. Wednesdays, Relaxing in Paradise when I feel like it. Fridays, Roll for Damage with Shannon and I on that channel playing games. And Sundays is the Power Hour.
But we probably won't do the power
We probably
hour
won't
this
do
week
it this Sunday, yes.
because we got the web fest.
Because we have a web fest and stuff.
Nah, me and Michael do it.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Go for it. Go for it.
That would be pretty interesting. And then join us again on Monday for Advantage in Paradise. Why is that? All right, say bye, everybody.
Bye.
everybody.
Bye.